Hello, my name is Alexandria, and this is continuing from the last video. So I went through day 7 through 11, so let's sit back, watch, and analyze the Darrell Brooks trial.
Any questions for this witness, sir?
Yeah.
That's a yes?
Yes.
All right, go ahead.
Would you happen to be on duty today, right now, if you weren't testifying?
Yes.
And so right now, would it be fair to say that you are on the clock?
Yes.
So on the clock, would it be fair to say that you're getting paid right now?
Yes.
Would that be for your testimony or just because you would be on the clock otherwise?
These would be my normal work hours right now.
So you're being paid to testify right now as we speak?
Objection.
Grounds.
Asked and answered.
Grounds.
He may answer.
Yes.
Any idea why you would be getting paid to testify?
Because these are my normal work hours. This is when I'm working and I've been subpoenaed by the state to be here.
So the state's paying you to testify?
The city of Franklin is paying me.
To testify?
These are my normal work hours.
So testifying in open court is part of your duties as an officer?
Yes.
So you've done this more than just this time then, would that be fair to say?
Yes.
And each time you were paid to do so?
Yes.
You made mention to the state of Wisconsin. Is that who you were subpoenaed by?
Yes.
Do you recall by whom?
No.
You were in fact subpoenaed though, would that be fair to say?
Yes.
And you don't recall by whom the subpoena was delivered to you? The name on the subpoena?
No.
So would it be fair to say that upon being subpoenaed, you were in touch with the state of Wisconsin?
Specifically, the Waukesha County DA's office.
Do you recall who those interactions were with?
Not specifically.
So it'd be fair to say you had an interaction with the Waukesha County District's Attorney's Office, but don't recall who you spoke with?
I spoke with a group of people from the DA's office.
Do you remember anyone by name?
One of the people was the gentleman, the DA at the table.
That the record reflect that the witness made a hand gesture towards the prosecution table and identified Attorney Witchow?
Objection.
The record will so reflect.
So you knew that it was a strong possibility that you would be called to testify then, I'm assuming. That'd be fair to say?
Yes.
Did you seek to testify in any way?
I don't understand the question.
Were you actively seeking to testify? Like, did you, on your end, did you reach out and volunteer testimony?
After the incident, I did complete a report of what I saw that day and gave it to the Waukesha Police Department.
So after that report that you submitted, you didn't follow up on what was happening in the matter at that point?
No.
So it'd be fair to say after you gave your report on the incident, you just went back to work and continued your normal duties. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
Did you follow much in the aftermath of the matter at that point after you submitted your report?
Not really.
Don't recall seeing any news reports related to the incident?
I may have saw some.
As we can see that it's in the middle of the street, and you just testified to that. Did you move closer to the vehicle, or did you move back from the vehicle? What did you do at that point when you noticed that the vehicle was approaching your position?
It happened very quickly. I don't know that I moved in any direction when the vehicle came by.
So to your recollection, you pretty much stayed where you were at.
Yes, it happened very quickly.
So it'd be fair to say that it was, well, let me back up. What will you define as very quickly? Few seconds?
Yes.
And in a few seconds, you were able to see the driver of the vehicle hanging out of the window and almost falling and doing all that in just a few seconds?
Yes.
And you also made mention to the driver of the vehicle looking behind them. Do you recall saying that?
Yes.
So, in your recollection, you witnessed the driver hanging out of the driver's side window, being concerned that they would possibly fall out of the vehicle, and looking back and continuing to drive in a straight line, all in a few seconds.
Can you repeat that question?
You were able to see, because you testified that everything happening very quickly, and then you defined that as being a few seconds. Would that be fair to say that that's what you just testified to?
Yes.
So what I'm asking is, in those few seconds, you were able to see, from your recollection, you were able to see the driver of the vehicle hanging out of the vehicle, you being concerned that the driver would possibly fall from the vehicle. Notice that the driver was looking back and continuing to drive in a straight line. You witnessed all this in a few seconds.
I would not say continue to drive in a straight line. All the rest of that, yes.
You witnessed all that in a few seconds.
Yes.
Are we done with the video?
Oh yeah, we done with the video. I'm
Thank
sorry.
you.
Just so we're clear for the record, the exhibit that we just watched, the driver of the said vehicle was not hanging out of the window. Would that be fair to say?
Correct.
You made reference to the make and model of the vehicle. How were you able to determine that in just a few seconds?
Given my job, I know different makes and models of vehicles, so I'm positive on the make and model.
So would you know the make and model of pretty much any vehicle that would pass you on a street?
Most, yes.
Most, but not all.
Some of the newer vehicles look very similar. Some might be a little difficult, but I'm very confident in that vehicle description.
Can we pull that exhibit back up again
65.
and publish?
65 will be shown. Go ahead.
And publish.
Granted. Permission granted to publish. It's been received. Let me know, jurors, when 65 is in the jury box. It's up. Okay. Go ahead.
Okay, why does this pause right now? It's not playing. It's at 0. Would it be fair to say that to the, I guess that would be my right of the screen, you can see a white looking SUV by the walkway where people would be able to cross the street? Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
And would it be fair to say that the side street that you lined as being Prospect, I think you said it was, where the 2 do not enter signs are, that would be the side street you're referring to? Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
Would it be fair to say that from the position that you're in, approximately here, and the side street being here.
And just so the record is clear, Mr. Brooks has annotated the touch screen with a line depicting the direction of Prospect, intersecting with the street, the perpendicular street. I apologize, I don't remember the name, and then an X where
Prospect, you said?
Prospect is the street in the direction of the line, but there's a cross street there.
Okay.
But the X is indicating where this witness, his dog, and his daughter are in the video. Go ahead.
So from where you're positioned right here by the X, you can see down this street from the position you're in.
No.
So how were you able to see if a vehicle would be coming from this way from the position you're at?
I didn't see the vehicle driving on Prospect. I saw it driving behind the houses through the yards.
So you were able to see the vehicle behind houses.
Between houses, behind
You said
houses.
behind. You said behind.
Right, through the yards behind the houses.
And you were able to see that from where you were.
Yes.
Can we take those marked lines and stuff down? Can you play it a little bit? I'll tell you when to pause.
You just confirm you want full speed?
Yeah, I guess that would be regular speed. Whatever is the regular speed.
Yes, please.
I'm sorry about that.
Go ahead.
Would it be fair to say from...
Do you want to pause?
No, not yet. Just, you can let it play. I'll say, I think it's 36 seconds, so... Would it be fair to say from...
Well, hold on. The video's showing, so wait till it's done playing and then ask a question. Or have us pause where you want it paused.
Pause. So it's paused at 18 seconds for the record. Would it be fair to say that in the 18 seconds shown to this point, you're pretty much just walking the dog, moving around, just walking normal? You don't make any sudden moves to the left to look, or you don't stop in your tracks or anything. You're just walking along. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
And you also made reference to hearing a crash. What point did you hear the crash?
Sometime while the vehicle was driving behind the houses.
Why didn't you immediately stop in your tracks and say you just heard something? Why do you just keep moving as if you heard anything? Nothing.
I just turned my head to see if I could see anything, and I didn't see anything.
And so you just kept moving.
Correct.
So basically it was just like, oh, do, walking the dog.
Yes.
Can you play? Pause it. Would it be fair to say that another roughly 8 seconds to play, from 18 seconds to 26 seconds, still you didn't stop in your tracks, still you didn't turn to look at the other side of the street in any manner? You're continuing doing what you're doing. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Why so nonchalant?
When the vehicle emerged from the back of the house, I saw that it was damaged, and then in my mind, I knew what I had heard.
With all respect, that wasn't the question. Why so nonchalant at that point?
I didn't think it was anything of great emergency at that point. I just figured that an intoxicated driver may have just struck another vehicle in the back of that alley, and now he was going to take off and run.
And being in law enforcement, why would you not investigate that if you heard something crash? Why, being an officer of the law, why would you not investigate that if you heard that?
I was with my daughter, and I would in no way put her in harm's way.
Well, I would think it would be fair to say that you can handle yourself. You're obviously a officer of the law. You're trained to be able to handle yourself. Would it be fair to say that you could have at least investigated the sound that you heard, that sound like a crash, at least?
Objection. Argumentative.
Grounds.
Sustained. It's also a compound question. Please rephrase.
So all these thoughts, maybe it was just a drunk driver and they're gonna run anyway, and all these thoughts, and that never piqued your interest to investigate?
Sometimes being a good witness is the best thing to do. That's why I called 911 to report it immediately.
Now that's fair, but being an officer of the law, you're right there.
Again,
Objection. That's
Not a question. Also asked and answered. Also argumentative.
Sustained as to the form of the question. You don't need to answer, sir. Next question, please.
What if someone may have been hurt at that point? You don't think you would have an obligation to investigate if someone may have been injured at that point?
that's why I called 911.
Can you play the rest of the video?
We sure can. Go ahead.
It did a weird little thing. That's probably from the camera. I would guess. But in that entire video, is it fair to say that you did not reach for a phone and take out a phone from your pockets or anything in any way? That be fair to say?
I can't tell if I did from the video itself. I know.
So
that
when
I
did you make the call?
At some point after you started running.
Who is you?
The defendant, the driver of the vehicle.
So how long after you saw the driver of the vehicle did you make the 911 call?
Within seconds, I believe.
Is it fair to say that we don't see that on the video?
The video is very small at that point. It's hard to
Is it
see.
fair to say we don't see you do that on the video?
Yes.
Can we pull the video back up? Can you take it to 27 seconds and pause at 27? Do you recall any of them asking you of a description of what you saw?
I didn't speak to any officers on scene that day.
Any reason why not?
I just left.
Seeing as how that you made the initial 911 call, I'm sure the officers were probably responding by that time anyway, but seeing as how you made the 911 call, you didn't collaborate with the other officers to try to, piece together what you may have saw?
I'll object to the characterization that was the first 911 call.
I
Sustained.
didn't say first. I said he made the initial 911 call.
Initial means first, so sustained as to the form of the question.
Besides, let me back up. After seeing the description on the news, did you say to yourself, that's the driver that I saw?
I recognize the driver as the person I saw on TV or social media. Yes.
Social media or the news?
I don't recall, probably both.
Both. Did you report that?
When I gave my statement, that's what I told them. Yes.
And did you report that description before or after you saw it on the news or social media, or both?
I gave a statement the very next morning. I worked at 6 a.m. I reported it to my supervisor, who contacted Waukesha investigators and had one of our detectives take a statement from me that morning. The statement that I gave them was from my experience at the scene, not from what I saw on TV or social media.
So it would be fair to say by that next morning you had already seen reports on the news or social media?
Yeah.
Or
yes.
both?
Yes.
And your report was the next morning, so could it have been fair to say that that's where you got the description?
No.
Any redirect?
Yes, please. Thank you. You testified that you didn't investigate the sound of this crash, correct?
Yes.
Were you off duty that day?
Yes.
When you're off duty, do you carry a police radio with you?
Objection. That is irrelevant. It's an officer of the law.
Overruled. He may answer.
No.
So if you did get into a pickle, you wouldn't be able to call for backup, would you?
Objection. the speculative still has a cell phone.
It's not speculative. He may answer the question.
Correct.
Your daughter, the one that we saw in Exhibit 65, I believe. 65. Is she a sworn law enforcement officer?
Objection, irrelevant.
Overruled. He may answer.
No.
At the time you heard the crash but didn't investigate it, did you know that the vehicle that you saw had been involved in hitting dozens of people on Main Street minutes earlier?
Objection, asked during cross, answered.
Overruled. He may answer.
I had no idea.
When the driver got out, and just to clarify again, who was the driver?
The defendant,
Daryl Brooks?
Daryl Brooks.
Objection, I don't consent to being called that name. And
216 North Central.
What is your name?
Brooks.
Mr. Brooks, I'm sorry.
I don't consent to being called that name.
216 North Central.
What is your name?
Brooks.
So noted. Next question, please.
Did you see anybody else get out of the vehicle?
No.
When you went back to check the vehicle, was there anybody inside?
No.
Could you see into the vehicle?
Yes, I could.
How many people could you see inside of the vehicle?
I saw one person.
Where was that person in the vehicle?
That person was the driver's seat of the vehicle.
Did you get a good look at the driver?
Yes, I did.
Do you see the driver in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
Your Honor, I'd ask Mr. Brooks please remove his mask for a moment.
Thank you for doing that, Mr. Brooks. His mask is off.
Can you identify the driver in the courtroom if you see him?
Yes, the driver is seated at the defense wearing a blue tie and blue shirt underneath his suit jacket.
I'd ask the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant.
The record will reflect the witness has identified the defendant as the driver of the vehicle he saw on November 21.
Do you recall if there was ever a knife recovered or a suspect recovered in that supposed incident?
Do you mean like how much later do I know? Like what I know now?
At any time. Do you know if there was a suspect, I guess I would say, apprehended or anything that was found with a knife, to your knowledge?
To my knowledge, I do not know if the suspect from that incident, which was you, was located with a knife.
You, what do you mean?
You, Daryl Brooks. I know you were the suspect in that incident, and I know you were taken into custody approximately 30 to 40 minutes later. I do not know if you were armed when you were taken into custody.
I'll let the record reflect that I do not identify by that name, nor do I know any individual by that name. I'm here in third party. Good morning, Your Honor. My name is Daryl Brooks, Jr. Here for this matter without prejudice by special appearance.
The record's noted, although the jury will disregard the comments, they are
keep
not
saying-
evidence in this case.
To West Main in Northwest Avenue,
Yes.
barricades at all those streets.
Yes.
Do you know if there were officers stationed at those barricades?
Yes, this map shows, it appears, where everyone was for their assignments that day.
So would it be fair to say if someone wanted to exit the parade route, they would essentially be blocked in by the officers and barricades?
No.
There are barricades at these streets we can see. Would that be fair to say?
No.
So it's not fair to say that there's barricades at these streets?
It's fair to say that there's barricades at the streets.
So essentially, if someone was leaving the parade route, can they just go right through the barricades?
Based on the previous videos that we just were shown.
Not based on the previous videos. If someone was leaving the parade route, can they just go down these streets that are barricaded? Can they just drive right out of there?
Yes, the video
How
showed
when,
that.
how when it's barricaded?
As the video were shown
We're not
earlier,
referring
the
to the
vehicle
We're
went
not
right through the
referring to-
Hold on,
barricade.
you asked the question, you have to let him answer that he's giving you the reason. You asked him how. He's explaining it.
There's plenty of ways to get off the parade route. You can stop after being given lawful orders by officers, and they could have directed you off the parade route in a safe manner. You could have stopped the vehicle at any point, or you could have driven through plastic barricades like you did at Northwest Avenue, where I was located. So
And
yes, you
you
can drive
refer to
through
as
plastic
who?
barricades.
Do you
You,
refer to as who?
Daryl Brooks, you, the person that's talking.
Do you? And how did you come to the conclusion of that name, as you stated that you couldn't see past this building here, which you said is the Wisconsin House? Would that be fair to say?
Well, that's a compound question, so you need to rephrase that, sir.
You state clear this right there.
Please? Is that a please?
Can you clear this circle and arrow right here? That's
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
You stated that from where you were positioned that you couldn't see around that building. Did you say that?
Yes, I did.
So it would be fair to say you also couldn't see what was happening along the parade route on Main Street. Would that be fair to say?
That is correct.
So it would be also fair to say that everything that you knew up until that point came over the radio and you didn't have first-hand knowledge.
That is correct.
You also stated that you learned additional information later on. Would that be fair to say?
That's correct.
So how could you determine at this time right now where we're looking at that you knew the suspect's name and the driver? Because you keep referring to you and then you saying the name. How did you have that information at this point that's paused right here that we're looking at?
I didn't say at that time I knew your name.
You referred to the name. Did you not?
That is correct.
So how were you able to obtain the information about a name?
I did not know your name at the time I shot at you.
Who's the you were referring to?
Daryl Brooks.
Again, you say a name that you haven't answered how you came to that information. Were you told this?
Yes.
By whom?
I do not know who told me. Ultimately, I just know that throughout the course of the investigation, you were arrested within 30 or 40 minutes, and you were identified as Daryl Brooks, who was the suspect in this incident.
So you either had to hear that name from either a report that you heard or someone told you. How did you come to the conclusion of the name?
I'm assuming someone at the police department told me your name.
And you don't recall who that was?
No.
Even though you can cite the name so clearly and identify it and keep stressing it and stressing it, and you don't recall how you learned the information of the name?
That is correct.
So is it fair to say that you're just using the name based off what you're told and not what you were aware of?
What are you asking me?
Is it fair to say that you're identifying this name based off of what you told and not what you knew?
I'm saying the name based on the fact that you are arrested for this incident. You were identified during this incident, and because of that investigation, that is how we know your name.
Would it be fair to say, and obviously you said you've been in law enforcement for 7.5 years, correct?
Correct.
I'm sure you've done a lot of investigations in that 7.5 years. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
So you do understand that during a police investigation, any suspect is innocent until proven guilty. Would that be fair to say?
That's correct.
And so with that knowledge, why are you so adamant about the name of the suspect that you just testified to not being aware of at the time? That you testified to, in fact, being told?
I'm sorry, I'm confused by your question. Can you say it again?
I think it was clear, but I'll say it again.
Thank you.
Well, I'll say it this way. You testified to not being aware of the suspect's name at the time.
Correct.
You also testified to being told of the name, correct?
Correct. I don't know how I came about your name. I would assume it was through the investigation at the police department.
And were you, in fact, part of that investigation?
No, I was not.
So it would be fair to say that by you using a name, you would not be sure. How can you be sure?
I'll object.
Grounds.
Argumentative.
It's been asked, it's been answered, it's argumentative, the objection is sustained. Please ask your next question.
And you still made the decision to shoot to kill.
That's correct. Actually, correction, I shot to stop the threat. If ultimately you would have been killed from that, that is a possible outcome.
But you did testify that there were kill shots, did you not?
Objection. Argumentative.
Sustained. It's also been asked and answered in multiple ways. At
Do
this
you
point.
recall what your shots hit? If anything?
Yes, later on throughout the investigation when I gave
No, at
my...
the time. Not later on, at the time where you fired the shots.
Mr. Brooks, you asked a question. He was attempting to answer it, so you have to
I
let.
was trying to give him clarification on what I mean.
But you have to let him answer the question that you asked, and if you feel the need for follow-up, then you can do that, or ask a very specific question. But I'm allowing him to answer. He was interrupted. Go ahead.
I believe it was 3 days after the incident. That is when I gave my voluntary statement to Detective Kirby and Detective Casey, and upon completion of that statement, I asked them if they could share any information with me, and during that conversation I was shown a picture of the vehicle and where my round struck the vehicle.
You stated you asked them for any additional information that they could give you. So it would be fair to say at that time you still didn't have a lot of information. Would it be fair to say that?
That is correct.
Would it be fair to say that a registration kit would it be fair to say that automatically links to the make and model and the year of the car? Would it be fair to say that? That if you ran, or if we're judging by the license plates, if you were conducting a stop, and to do that you will have to run the license plates, would it be fair to say that all that information would come up in your computer when you run the license plate? That'd be fair to say?
You had a lot of questions right there. So
Okay, let me back up then. So if you were conducting a traffic stop,
okay.
and you pulled up the license plates of the vehicle that you were stopping,
Okay.
would the information registered to that vehicle show in your computer?
If the license plate is actually accurate and current to that actual vehicle, yes.
Just so we're clear, the information would come up though.
That is correct. It should, as long as the system is working.
And did you have a system or any equipment that could have assisted you in learning the make and the model and year of the vehicle at the time of the incident?
No, I was on foot with no other equipment.
So is it fair to say that you did not know that information until later when you were told by Detective Casey or another detective?
No, because like I previously stated, I can recognize vehicles pretty well, and I knew what approximate. I knew it was a Ford Escape, and I knew the approximate year of it.
Would it be fair to say, and this is along the lines of the same question, would it be fair to say that at some point you've left items in other people's vehicles?
Objection.
Grounds.
Relevance.
Sustained.
Grounds for the sustain?
Next question, please, sir. I've sustained this question multiple times, multiple
wasn't
ways
the
you've
same
asked it.
question.
Next question, please.
May I have the grounds?
90611, sir.
May I have the grounds?
Next question, please.
Is it to relevancy? Is it to hearsay?
Under 90611, ask your next question or I will cut off your cross-examination. Please ask your next question,
You
sir.
have to give the grounds, though, Your Honor. Especially if I'm merely just asking for the grounds of the sustain.
Sir, ask your next question.
What's the point of me asking questions if I can't ask anything?
The jury will disregard his commentary
Can't even
that he
ask
just
anything.
stated right now.
And did you go back to your department after leaving from the scene where you found the vehicle?
Yes, I was directed by my command staff to return to the police department as the scene was still secured by other law enforcement officers of various agencies.
And were you instructed to make contact with anyone at that point?
Yes, I was.
Do you recall who?
I do.
May you state for the jury and for the record?
Yes, upon arrival to the police department, I was directed to make contact with District Attorney Sue Opper.
And when you say Sue Opper, are you referring to District Attorney Sue Opper?
Yes, that's what I said.
Is she here in court today?
Yes, she is.
Can you point her out for the jury?
She's seated at the prosecution table wearing the gray cardigan.
Let the record reflect that the witness has identified Attorney Opper.
No objection, Your Honor.
The record will so reflect.
And do you recall what the nature of the contact was with Attorney Opper?
Yes, I was directed to locate Attorney Opper in the downtown area at the scene of the parade incident and subsequently transport her back to the City of Waukesha Police Department.
So I'm assuming make contact with her at the parade, so you went and picked her up?
That's correct. I picked her up in the area of Maple in Wisconsin. Correction, I'm sorry. The area of Maple and Main Street.
And did you continue that contact after picking her up? And let me back up. Where did you go after picking up Attorney Opper?
As I stated, once I picked her up, I transported her back to the City of Waukesha Police Department.
And did you continue to have contact at that point?
I did.
And what was the nature of that contact?
District Attorney Opper and I worked together to draft a search warrant for the 2010 red Ford Escape SUV that was in the driveway of 338 Maple Street.
You said a search warrant?
Correct.
Initially, when you secured the vehicle and then investigated the vehicle after securing it, what did you need to search for at that point that you needed a search warrant?
After I cleared the vehicle and located those items of identifying nature, that was done due to the exigency of the event.
Would you by chance know who the plaintiff is in this matter? Grounds.
Relevance.
Grounds.
Sustained.
Ever seen or talked to the plaintiff? Had any physical interaction with the plaintiff in this matter?
Objection. Vague and compound
Grounds.
question.
Sustained.
You even know if there's a plaintiff in this matter?
Objection.
Grounds.
Irrelevant.
Sustained.
You know who filed the complaint in this matter?
The complaint was filed by the district attorney's office.
Do you know if it was filed by Attorney Opper?
I don't know particularly who filed the complaint. I just know it was by the Waukesha County District Attorney's Office.
And during your time in law enforcement, would it be fair to say that whoever files the complaint is a party to the matter?
Objection.
Grounds.
Beyond the scope of the witness's knowledge,
Grounds.
Your Honor.
Sustained. Next question.
Grounds for the sustain, Your Honor?
Next question, please.
Any reason why the state of Wisconsin would be identified as the plaintiff when they did not file the complaint?
Objection. Argumentative. Misstatement of the law.
Grounds.
Sustained.
Grounds for the sustain, Your Honor.
Ask your next question, please.
Was that the grounds?
Next question, please.
The jury deserves to know this.
The jury will disregard that last statement.
They need to know.
I've sustained the objection, sir. Ask your next question, please.
I'm aware that it was a sustain. I'm aware. I just wanted to know the grounds. You can't keep hiding stuff from the jury.
Mr. Brooks, the court is not hiding anything from anyone, and the jury will disregard that last statement. It is not evidence in any way in this case.
Would it be fair to say that any case has a plaintiff?
Objection.
Grounds.
Lack of foundation beyond the scope of the witness's knowledge.
Sustained.
Would it be? Can I rephrase the question?
Go ahead. I can't say whether it will be answered or not, but you can go ahead and rephrase it.
I can't rephrase, just so we're clear. Whether it's answered or not, I can still rephrase the question.
I don't know what the question will be, sir, so I can't make a ruling that's advisory. So ask your next question, please.
Are you aware that in any case brought into a courtroom, there has to be a plaintiff?
Objection.
Grounds.
Same question.
Grounds is
It
not
also
the same
misstates
question.
the law, so sustained.
If there's no plaintiff, how's their case?
Move to strike.
The jury will disregard the last comment and statement made by Mr. Brooks.
Grounds. There's a
It's a
defendant, there has to be a
misstatement of the
plaintiff.
law. It's not relevant. This jury will be the judge of the facts. The court is the judge of the law. Please continue, sir, or under 906.11, I will stop the cross-examination.
If there's a defendant, there has to be a plaintiff.
Mr. Brooks, please stop. The jury will also disregard that statement. It's a mischaracterization of the law. It's a misstatement of the law.
Based on what law or fact, Your Honor?
And I'll address that with Mr. Brooks once again after the jury has been excused. One final time, you may ask another question. Otherwise, I will, and it must not be along the same lines, or under 906.11, I will ask the state whether there's any redirect.
Do you know of anyone who filed a claim in this matter?
Objection.
Grounds.
Irrelevant.
Grounds.
It's also vague, so so I'll sustain it.
So the grounds is vagueness.
And relevance.
Is it vague or is it relevant?
Sustained, Mr. Brooks. Next question.
So since your initial night of investigation, you've done no investigation since then in this matter?
Correct.
And have you seen any news reports?
Objection. Relevance.
Can I finish the question?
There's been no identification, so under 906.11, meaning of, I'm going to sustain the objection without hearing the rest of the question. I don't see how it would have any relevance. I'll let you make an offer of proof after we're outside the presence of the jury, and if necessary, you can recall this witness. Next question.
In that case, then, since that is stated on the record, no further questions. I would like to finish at some point.
Sir, finish your cross-exam as to
Just
that
said
limited.
no further questions.
Okay, but as to that limited topic only. So if there are other things outside that topic, please finish your questioning.
I just said 2 times. I'm going to say it again. No further questions.
All right, thank you then, sir. State have any redirect?
No, nothing else. Thank you, Judge.
All right, thank you. You may be excused.
So seeing the damage to the SUV that was parked in your driveway, it would be fair to say that the hood was pretty jacked up. Would that be fair to say?
Yeah. If we're talking about the red SUV,
the vehicle in your driveway.
There's multiple vehicles in my driveway.
The one that's specifically in your driveway in 68, Exhibit 68.
We can put that up.
Where is it? 68.
You see on your screen, Mr. Burke?
Yeah,
Is that the
yes.
one you want him to talk about?
Yes.
Go
yes,
ahead.
yes.
68 is published.
And for the record, I do not identify by that name or consent to being called it. For the record. Good morning, Your Honor. My name is Daryl Brooks Jr. Can you see it on your screen?
Yeah, the image I can see 2 SUVs, our white SUV and then the red SUV that I mentioned is that's pretty well beat up.
It's fair to say that hood is pretty beat up.
You can say it, yeah.
And you said you observed the driver of that vehicle jump over the hood?
I wouldn't say necessarily jump over the hood. Like I said, sort of jumping over the hood. You can say like kind of like leaving, kind of going, sort of. It's a little bit hard to explain, but not necessarily sliding over the hood. Sort of going in front of the vehicle, sort of evading it.
So what would you characterize as a jump?
As a jump, I guess you can say, definition-wise, jumping is just jumping up and down, but colloquially, I guess we can say jumping over the hood of the car. It could be sort of evading the vehicle, going away from it, staying close to it, but sort of still being able to move in a quick fashion.
They
And did he comply with that?
Yeah, he did. He just kept asking if I could call him over, or if he could use my phone. He said, you just need to leave. And
The person that you're describing for us, sir, do you see him present in the courtroom here?
he's sitting over there with the mask on and in the suit.
Okay, I'm going to ask the defendant be instructed to remove the mask.
Mr. Brooks, please remove your mask.
And if he would look at the witness, please, Your Honor, with his head down, it's not to assist him.
All right, Mr. Brooks, please look up and look at the witness. Look at the witness, please. Thank you.
Is that the man that you're describing that was in your backyard that you spoke to?
Objection, leading.
Overruled.
Do you recall the description that you gave at that time?
I do. Well, my best of my knowledge was that you were either black, Latino,
Who's you?
or mixed.
Who is you?
Hold on, you have to let him answer the question first before you interrupt him with another one. Go ahead with the description you provided that night.
I said that the individual was either black, mixed, or Latino.
So it would be fair to say you didn't know at the time.
I was giving a general description.
So it would be fair to say that you weren't sure.
I was positive it was you.
Who is you?
You. I'm looking at you.
And how did you come to that conclusion, the you conclusion?
I'm looking at you.
How did you come to that conclusion? Did you?
What conclusion? Can you restate the question?
You're saying that you gave a description on the non-emergency phone line, correct?
It was on a non-emergency line.
So it would be fair to say at that time you had no name or knowledge of who the person was in your backyard. Would that be fair to say?
I had no idea who you were.
And so how can you say how can you say you then if you had no idea?
I'm looking at you. You were the guy.
And how did you come to that conclusion?
You and I were standing in the same yard looking at each other.
So is it possible you saw something on the news?
No, I had no idea who you were.
Interesting. Do you recall giving a description of approximately 5'9" and 160 pounds?
Yeah, something like that.
Something like that, or would that be accurate?
I didn't have a tape measure out. It was just a guesstimate.
Would it be fair to say that since you keep identifying me as you, would it be fair to say that I'm not 5'9" nor 160 pounds?
You have your shoes on or off right now?
Would it be fair to say that I'm not 5'9", 160 pounds?
If you take your shoes off and step out of them, they could have a better.
I'm not going to have them do that, but if you're able to answer the question, do you agree?
I'd have to be standing next to him. That's what I made my judgment from. We were about 2 feet from each other.
Does it look like I'm 5'9"?
I don't know. We were a lot closer.
Does it look like I'm 160 pounds?
Objection.
Grounds.
It's irrelevant as to his appearance today, just like his hair isn't in dreadlocks today.
Sustained.
Objection.
Question.
Grounds for the sustain.
Next question, please.
Do you recall ever being told about the plaintiff in this matter?
Objection.
Grounds.
Vague.
Sustained as to the form of the question.
Do you know who the plaintiff is in this matter?
Objection.
Grounds.
Vague, beyond the
Grounds.
scope of the witness's knowledge, legally inaccurate.
Sustained as to the form of the question.
Did Attorney Opper ever tell you who the plaintiff was in this matter?
The subpoena told me who the plaintiff was.
And do you recall who the plaintiff is?
Daryl Brooks.
That's the plaintiff?
Or not the plaintiff, the plaintiff is, I think, City of Waukesha or State of Wisconsin, I'm not sure.
And it'd be fair to say that that's not a living, breathing human being.
Objection.
Grounds.
Relevance.
Sustained, not relevant. Next question.
Are you aware that only a living, breathing human being can make a claim?
Objection.
Grounds.
Irrelevant. Argumentative.
Grounds.
Sustained for those reasons, and it's also not an accurate statement. of the law.
Definitely not argumentative.
Mr. Brooks, under 90611, I need you to move on from this topic and ask a different line of questions, please.
Move on from what topic, Your Honor?
Next question, sir.
Can I know what topic you're referring to, Your Honor?
Next question, please.
If I don't know the topic, how would I know to go in a different direction?
Mr. Brooks, under 90611, I need you to ask a question.
Do you know if there's even a plaintiff in this matter?
Objection. Irrelevant.
Sustained. Under 90611, sir, please move on from this topic or I will declare your cross-examination closed.
Under what law and fact, Your Honor?
Under 90611, please ask a question.
And where can I find 90611?
This is your last opportunity to ask a question, sir.
Your Honor, the jury deserves to know this information.
All right, then the state, any redirect?
No redirect. Thank you, Judge.
All right, thank you, sir. You may step down. State may call its next witness.
Thank you, Sean.
May you state it for the record and for the jury?
Yes.
Go ahead.
A black male, 30s, dreadlocks, red shirt, jeans, no shoes, no jacket.
If it pleases the court, I have the statement here, and I would like to show the witness.
Is it his written statement?
It's I'm guessing, whatever statement he gave to Detective Shorts.
Is it a written statement?
I don't know if it's a written statement.
Would this
Maybe
be the police report?
Yeah.
If it's not his written statement, then I'm going to deny that request to show it to the witness. You may ask a question.
Do you recall in your report with Detective Shorts that you described the male as approximately 5'5" to 5'6", weighing approximately 120 to 125 pounds, and the male appeared to be in his 20s?
Yeah, I don't recall.
Any reason why this report would say that, and then you would, when you were asked the description, you gave a different description? Any reason why the two would conflict?
Objection.
Grounds.
Argumentative.
Grounds.
And misstates the evidence.
Sustained.
Reason for the sustain? Grounds for the sustain?
Sustained as to the form of the question. And it misstates the testimony in part.
Well, I'm reading from the report that was given to the detective.
And you can't testify as to what that report says. You can only question the witness on it, sir.
That was a question. Do you recall?
He said he did not recall. Next question.
Any reason why your description would change from that night till now? And during that interaction in the lighting, you could tell that there was some type of rubber band or tie in the hair?
Yes.
Do you recall what color that might have been?
No, I don't.
Ma'am, I'd like to direct your attention to the date of November 21, 2021. Did you attend the Waukesha Christmas Parade that afternoon?
Yes, I did.
And who did you attend the parade with?
My husband and my 2 children.
Do you recall from what location you watched the parade?
Objection. Relevancy.
Overruled. She may answer.
We watched it from the corner of West and Wisconsin.
Okay. And do you understand that to be near the end of the parade route?
Objection. Leading.
Overruled. She may answer.
I believe it was close to the end. The parade rounded the corner and continued on, and I don't know exactly where it ended.
Okay. And as you were at that location watching the parade, did something unusual happen?
Objection. Leading.
Overruled.
Yes, we saw a car going pretty fast around the corner, and I remember my husband said that's not part of the parade. Grab the kids, because our kids were in the middle of the road picking up candy at the time.
Okay.
So, and the car just did not stop and kept going.
Was there a police officer present at that corner?
Yes, there was.
What did you see the police officer do?
Well, the car, I thought it was coming at us for a minute, but it ended up swerving and going through the barricades, and the police officer fired 3 shots at the vehicle.
You were standing right there at that intersection?
Yes, I was.
Objections noted. It's overruled. Her answer may stand. Next question. Go ahead.
What did you do after that, ma'am?
Well, we ran up to the house behind us as the car was coming at us, and I was just kind of keeping an eye out for the car at the time, because it looked like it was out of control, and I didn't know if it was going to go up to the house we were at or what direction it was going. So we just stayed by the house for a little bit, just kind of in shock.
Okay.
After that happened.
Okay. And at some point, did you decide to leave the area?
Yes, we did.
Where did you go?
We were parked a little bit further away because we had gotten to the parade late. So we were parked a few blocks out of the way on Elizabeth Street.
Okay.
At Aries Industries.
Now, do you have some familiarity with Aries Industries?
Yes, I do.
Relevancy.
Overruled. She may answer. Do me a favor, if there is an objection, wait until I rule on it before you answer.
Okay.
Thank you. Go ahead.
And what's your familiarity with Aries Industries?
Objection.
Overruled.
My husband is employed at Aries Industries.
Do you happen to know the address of that location?
Objection. Relevancy.
Overruled. You may answer.
I don't offhand, no.
Okay. Do you know what street it's on?
Objection. Relevancy.
Overruled.
Leading.
It's not leading. Overruled. You may answer.
Yes, Elizabeth Street.
Okay. And how were you able to, strike that. You were walking back to Aries Industries, that's where you had parked, right?
Correct.
What was your route or your path that you took?
We continued straight on West Avenue until we got to Elizabeth Street, and then took a right on Elizabeth Street.
Okay. Pretty much a straight shot?
Yes.
Just a couple blocks?
Yes.
Down West Avenue, and then you hang a right on Elizabeth?
Correct.
Okay. As you were doing that, making your way back to your car, did you encounter somebody out on foot?
Yes, we did.
Tell us about that, please.
Objection. Leading.
Overruled. She may answer.
We had just rounded the corner onto Elizabeth Street, and Daryl Brooks, we encountered Daryl Brooks. He came out of the shadows between a couple houses and approached us.
Okay. Now, you refer to this person by name. Did you know Mr. Brooks prior to this encounter?
No.
Okay. Never met him before?
Correct.
Objection.
And you said he,
Hold on.
I'm sorry.
The objection came after her answer. Her answer will stand. Next question.
You said he kind of came out of, did you say the bushes?
Objection.
What did you say?
Objection.
Oh, overruled. She rephrased. He may answer. She may answer. I'm sorry.
It appeared he came from between two houses, so I don't know exactly where he was.
Okay. And did you notice his appearance when he approached you?
Objection leading.
Overruled.
Yes, I did.
What did you notice?
I just remember it was a very windy, cold night, and he was dressed pretty inappropriately for the night. I noticed he was visibly shivering. He had a red short sleeve t-shirt on and was not wearing shoes.
Do you see the same person present in this courtroom here today?
Yes, I do.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask that Mr. Brooks be instructed to remove his mask and look at the witness so she can properly identify him, please.
Mr. Brooks, please unmask and look at the witness. Sir, would you please unmask and look at the witness? Thank you.
Writing something down.
All right, thank you. Just want to make sure you heard me.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Is that the gentleman you encountered on the street that you're describing for us, ma'am?
Yes, it is.
Did Mr. Brooks speak to you in any way?
Objection. I do not consent to being called that name.
What
is your name?
Brooks.
You may answer.
Yes, he did.
What did he say?
Objection leading.
Overruled.
He asked if either of us had a phone that he could use. And we said, we hesitated because it was strange. It was a strange encounter. And after what we just witnessed at the parade, I think we were both pretty much on edge at that point. So
I'm sorry to interrupt you. When you're referring to we, who are you referring to?
Sorry, my husband and I.
Okay, go ahead. So he asked for the phone.
Correct.
You kind of pause.
Yep.
And then what'd you do?
And then
Overruled. Go ahead, you may answer.
His next words were, "I'm not going to hurt you. I just need to use your phone." And that's when I gave him my phone.
Okay. Did he use your phone? Did you see him manipulate your phone in some fashion?
Objection. What do you mean by manipulate?
Overruled. She may answer.
I'm sorry, what was the question again?
Did you see him use your phone in some way?
Yes, I did.
What did you see him do?
Objection leading.
Overruled. You may answer.
He called his mom.
Could you hear what he was saying on his end?
Yes, I could hear what he was saying.
Could you hear the responses being provided by the person on the other end of the phone?
Objection. Speculative.
Overruled. You may answer.
No, I could not hear the other side of the conversation.
Okay. Tell us to the best of your memory what you remember Mr. Brooks was saying into the phone.
Objection. I don't consent to being called that name.
Go ahead and answer, please.
Not to be called that name. Thank you. My name is Daryl Brooks Jr.
He just kept asking his mom to call him an Uber. And he wasn't responding to anything that she was asking. He just kept repeating, "Call me an Uber. I need an Uber now."
Did he sound urgent in his voice?
Objection leading.
Sustained as to the form of the question.
How did his voice sound?
There was a sense of urgency that he needed an Uber and he needed it now.
And he was specifically referring to the person he was speaking to by what name?
Mom.
Objection leading.
Overruled. She will answer. Her answer will stand.
At some point, did Mr. Brooks turn his attention to you and ask a question to you as he was still on the phone?
Objection. I don't consent to being called that name. My name is Daryl Brooks Jr.
Go ahead and answer.
He asked for the address where we were located at the time.
What did you tell him?
I did not know the address, so I asked my husband what the address was, and he provided the answer.
Okay. And again, you're very close to your husband's workplace.
We were actually in the parking lot at that time.
Okay. I'm going to... Well, let me ask you this. At some point, did he terminate his phone call?
Objection leading.
Overruled. You may answer.
Yes, he did.
And what happened then?
He said that he was freezing, and he asked if I knew of any place that he could go warm up. So my husband directed him towards the lobby of Aries.
Okay. Did he return your phone? Did he return your phone to you?
Yes, he did.
Okay. And did you see if he left your presence? Where did he go?
Objection, lead.
Overruled.
He went up to the lobby.
You saw that?
Yes.
Was it this statement?
I don't have it in front of me to see it.
Permission to show the witness the written statement?
Well, I don't know that it's necessary, Your Honor. She hasn't expressed any inability to recall.
Sustained.
She did. She just said she don't know why something was not in her written statement.
That's what she said. Is she doesn't know why the detective didn't write it in there. The detective is the one who wrote it, Your Honor.
So sustained. Sustained is to the form of. Mr. Brooks, let me answer. Sustained is to the form of the question.
So the officer was writing what you told him, or did you actually write it yourself?
I did not actually write it myself. The detective was writing it as we were speaking, my husband and I.
There's a button that you can just click and say I arrived, and it sends a message to the person letting you know that you're out. Let them know that you're outside and they have 5 minutes to come out.
Now, is that when you would get the destination on your app?
Yes.
And do you recall what that destination was?
I don't recall the physical address. I just know it was on 19th Street in Milwaukee.
So you said that the automated message went out saying that you were there and that you give that person 5 minutes?
Yes.
What happened after 5 minutes?
I began to message with whomever the person was on the other end, letting them know that I was waiting outside and that I was in a white car.
And this is a chat feature as part of the app?
Yes.
Overruled. Your answer may stand.
And then what happened?
I received a message back letting me know who I was looking for and that they were calling a ride for someone else and they didn't know where he was. They then again gave me a description of who I was looking for.
And what was that description?
Objection, leading.
Overruled.
Ask and answer.
Overruled. He may answer.
A light-skinned black guy with dreadlocks.
After you were given that information, what did you do?
I sent a message saying I didn't see anyone. I received a message back saying I don't know where he is. His phone died. He called me from someone else's phone.
What did you do then?
At that point, I didn't know. It was a basketball court out there, so I thought I was waiting on a kid.
Okay.
So I didn't want to just leave. So I got out my car. I knocked on the door at the company to see if anybody would come out. I rang the buzzer, got no answer. I got back in my car. I sent the message saying there's no one around. Could they, make sure the person comes out because I had already been past the 5 minute grace period.
Okay.
I got a message back saying I'll try to call them. I don't know what to tell you.
Then what happened?
At that point, I had been out there for about 7.5 minutes. So at that point, I just canceled the ride.
Approximately what time do you recall canceling the ride?
Objection, leading.
Overruled.
It was around 5:30ish, somewhere around there.
And when someone requests a ride and they don't appear, is there a charge then to that person?
Objection, irrelevancy.
Yeah, there's a charge if they go past the 5 minute grace period. There is a charge.
And to your knowledge, does that timestamp appear to be accurate?
Objection.
Overruled.
Speculative.
Yes, that is accurate.
For the record, the objection was overruled.
This is a 20-second clip. I'm going to ask that we play it once with audio.
I called an Uber, and I'm supposed to be waiting for it over here, but I don't know when it's coming. Can you call it for me, please? I'm homeless.
Can we pull that back up just to look at the timestamp one more time? Thank you. And just for those of us with not the greatest eyesight, would you mind reading that timestamp on the bottom right hand at the beginning of this exhibit?
Objection leading.
Overruled.
Yeah, it says November 21st, 2021, and the timestamp says 17:01, so 5:01 p.m.
Okay. The voice we heard in that exhibit that we just played, whose voice is that?
Objection leading.
Overruled.
Objection.
You may answer, sir.
It's Mr. Brooks's voice.
It's not yours?
No.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd ask that Mr. Brooks please be instructed to remove his face mask momentarily.
Sir, would you please remove your face mask and face the witness?
Was that a question of...
The state's asked, sir, please remove your face mask and face the witness.
I'm confused. He made a statement about voice.
The question's been asked and answered. Please remove your mask.
What was the question?
Please remove your mask and face the witness. The state's asked, sir, please remove your face mask and face the witness.
I'm confused. He made a statement about voice.
The question's been asked and answered. Please remove your mask.
What was the question?
Please remove your mask and face the witness.
Mr. Ryder, do you see the person depicted in exhibit number 75 in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Can you identify him for us by telling us where he's sitting and what he's wearing?
He's sitting at the table right there wearing a black suit and a gray striped tie.
And does the record reflect that the witness has identified Mr. Brooks?
The record will reflect that the witness has identified the defendant as the person depicted in this video and the person who was on his porch on November 21.
Objection. I don't consent to being called that name for the record.
What is your name?
Brooks. Go ahead, your next question, please.
Thank you. What happened in the moments after this video, the 20 seconds that were captured?
So he was on my porch for, I don't know exactly, a minute maybe, and he was telling me the interaction, or he was telling me that he needed to use my phone to let his Uber know where to pick him up, and that he was homeless and cold, and he said he didn't have any weapons or anything on him, and he lifted his shirt real quick, and I was like, no, it's okay, you can use my phone, and I let him come inside and warm up. I just tend to believe people, and I'm from a small town, and we had people that need help all the time because we live right off a highway, so I'm used to, didn't faze me too much. I mean, I was nervous for sure, but I was like, yeah, I can let you use my phone, and he made it sound like the Uber was going to be here just any second, just needed to know where to pick him up. So I said, yeah, you can come and warm up while you wait for the Uber. And I let him sit on the couch right by the window out front. I said, you can look out here waiting for your Uber. And he's on the phone most of the time after that with his mom. And he's saying the address 553 Elizabeth Street is where it needs to come, and how far away is it, kind of things like that. But
okay,
I guess is that what you're wondering? Or
let me back up.
Yeah.
You made a motion with your hands there regarding what Mr. Brooks said about not being armed. You do that again, just for anybody who missed it.
Objection. I don't know. Not consent to being called that name.
Go ahead and
again for the record. My name is Daryl Brooks Jr.
Yeah, so I don't remember exactly what the motion was. I remember him saying he didn't have any weapons and he's not dangerous. And I think he lifted his shirt really quickly. But then I was like, don't worry, I'm not worried about that. And so I didn't, it's not like I patted him down or anything like that. But.
Okay. Do you see yourself in that video?
Yes.
With audio, please.
My ID! My ID!
Mr. Ryder, what happened during that video clip?
Objection, leading.
Overruled.
Mr. Brooks, or I should say the suspect, came to my door, asked to come back inside to look for his ID. I said, no, I'll look for it. You stay out there. And I was looking underneath the couch and everywhere that he sat for his ID when I hear the police officers saying, put your hands up. And
did you ever find that person's ID?
No.
Did that person leave anything else inside of your house?
No.
Flip-flops?
No.
Sweatshirt?
Objection, leading.
Sustained as to the form of the question. Please rephrase that last question.
What, if anything else, did that suspect leave in your house?
I don't.
Objection, leading.
Overruled. He may answer.
I didn't find anything left in my house.
Okay. Can we please show for the jury Exhibit 79? This is a 19-second clip. We will play it once with audio.
26, Minor Block Elizabeth, 126. Hey, do you know this guy? Absolutely not. Okay.
We've paused at 18 seconds.
Footage to law enforcement?
I believe so. I mean, there was probably 7 or 8 other snippets of just officers coming in and out. I do believe I turned all that in, but nothing of evidence or anything.
And were you aware that the ring footage was shown on social media platforms?
I was aware, yes.
Any idea how that came about?
Objection.
Grounds.
Relevance.
Grounds.
Overruled. He may answer.
Yeah, I released it.
And you released it. What do you explain? What you mean by released it?
Yeah, the news wanted the footage, and I thought that this was good footage for this community and the victims to see some justice of the suspect put into cuffs, so I decided to release it.
And were you paid for that release?
I was.
So it would be fair to say that you profited off your ring footage?
The incentive to release the footage was not to make money, and we donated a lot of money of the money we did see off of it. But yes, we did. The money did make, or the video did make money.
Do you recall how many videos you released?
I believe it was 4.
And you got paid for all 4?
I don't know if it was paid for a per video basis, or we were getting bombarded by the news, so we did it. We worked with the agent that then dealt with all the news people, and we just got some off the back end. So I don't exactly know how that works.
So would it be fair to say that you sold that footage?
Yes.
And you stated that you were, while having this interaction, you were a little nervous. Debbie, fair to say?
Yes, sir.
Did you feel like you were in any danger or just nervous?
I never felt like I was in danger until I saw the police driving by. Then I did.
But initially, your interactions, you didn't feel like you would be overtaken in any way?
No, and the person at my door was very polite, so I didn't feel in danger.
jogging pants and no shoes.
We can resume playing here at 53 seconds, please.
You got something with your name on it, man? No.
Okay, lads, cooperate with us. Okay, okay. You know,
Robert 277. He is seated at the defense table wearing a dark colored suit and striped tie and a mask over his face.
Just to be thorough, Your Honor, could we please have Mr. Brooks remove his mask momentarily?
Thank you, Mr. Brooks. Go ahead.
Now that Mr. Brooks has removed his mask, does that change anything about your testimony today?
Objection. I don't consent to being called that name. My name is Daryl Brooks Jr.
You're
leading.
You may go ahead and answer.
That's Daryl Brooks.
Could we please play from 114?
There's multiple units. David 216 yells at 10.
What is your name?
Brooks.
First name?
I'm waiting for a minute.
And you made reference to finding sandwich, credit cards, and things of that nature in the pants, correct?
I found the sandwich while you were laying on the ground.
And you also stated that you found a credit card and things of that nature. In fact, would it be fair to say that that's what was in your hand on Exhibit 176?
Do you need the exhibit to answer? Do you recall?
I don't. Thank you.
Did you give the suspect any of that information?
Objection.
Grounds.
I'm not sure what information he's talking about.
Sustained is to the form of the question. It's vague.
Did you give the suspect any information on why they were being detained?
I said, actually it wasn't me that said that. It was another officer that said that, and I can't tell you who it was because I don't know. While you were being put in the car, you were informed you were being detained for investigative purposes, which is an answer that's appropriate for the circumstances.
So it would be fair to say that that's not really all that informative?
I did not have a lot of information to give you, sir.
Keep saying you. Who are you referring to?
You, Mr. Brooks. Daryl Brooks, seated at the defense table.
Any reason why you wouldn't tell a suspect why they're being detained? Essentially being that if you take someone into custody, they should know why they're being taken into custody. Wouldn't you agree?
I can't give you information that I don't have, and I wouldn't want to tell you the wrong thing. That wouldn't be fair.
So why would a suspect be detained without any information to your knowledge?
Objection.
Grounds.
Asked and answered.
Also calls for speculation, vague. Sustained is to the form of the question.
Do you recall speaking with Officer Moss that evening?
Not distinctly. There might have been some radio traffic between me and him at one point.
So it'd be fair to say that radio traffic, you guys spoke?
I can't tell you if I had direct contact with him or if I just recall him airing particular pieces of information.
Do you recall any particular bit of information that was aired by Officer Moss?
You're going to have to be more specific.
Do you recall Officer Moss airing that he had spoken with a potential eyewitness who indicated that they had observed numerous suspects run from the vehicle?
Objection, hearsay.
Grounds.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
I recall Officer Moss airing that to the officers responding in general that there may have been more than one suspect that had ran from the vehicle.
And do you recall if that aired information? Wait a second, back that up. You just stated that there may have been. Any reason why the aired information said it had been, that he had spoken to a potential eyewitness?
Objection, hearsay, and
Grounds.
false or speculation as to the words of another person.
Grounds.
Sustained. Rephrase your question.
Do you recall any aired information of descriptions?
Yes.
Do you recall what they were?
Objection, hearsay.
Grounds.
You're asking him the description of the suspect leaving the vehicle?
What he heard aired?
Overruled. He may answer.
I recall there being a description of either a light-skinned black male or possible Hispanic male wearing a white shirt, as well as the potential of a white male with curly brown hair.
Do you recall being advised that the male black had possibly fled southbound and that the male white may have fled in a westbound direction?
Your Honor, I object. Move to strike. He's providing statements and facts that are not in evidence. They're based on hearsay.
Sustained.
The question was, did he recall being advised that? That was the question. Does he recall being advised?
Still hearsay. Sustained.
So who were you advised by?
Officer Moss.
And do you recall what you were advised?
Objection, hearsay.
Grounds.
Sustained. Next question.
Grounds for the sustain, Your Honor.
Next question, please. Hearsay.
What's that hearsay?
Or farther back.
A little further back.
Thank you, Miss Gussie. How about there? 436.
A little further back, I'm sorry. Maybe, yeah, wherever it's at right now, 409. Can you play it from there real quick?
You want the sound, I take it?
I don't really think the sound is necessary. More so the visual.
Okay. Playing from 415.
Do you remember this video?
No, I don't. I didn't. That's not my body cam video.
Pause. Go back like 2 seconds.
Thank you once again for doing that.
Is that this touchscreen, right? Is this right here the credit debit cards that you found?
I can't tell what that is.
Can you clear that?
Madam Clerk, please and thank you.
Thank you. Can you go back maybe 2 more seconds? I think it's a clearer shot.
For the record, Your Honor, it's not that easy to just jump back 2 seconds. I mean, if he has a specific time, we can jump to a time.
How would I know if I've only seen the video once? Like, why is it that big of a deal? Can you play from right there? Right there.
4:35, Your Honor.
4:35.
Now it's on 4:37. We started
Can you pause it at 4:35?
Right, it was started and then you said pause, and obviously it takes time to do that, so. And the record should reflect that Mr. Brooks has drawn a circle around something on the still image. Go ahead, ask your question.
The record should reflect on consent to that name. My name is Daryl Brooks Jr.
Ask your question, sir.
Around the 4:35 mark, you can see whoever this is holding the credit card, debit card. Is that you?
Objection. That assumes the fact not in evidence, Your Honor.
Sustained. Rephrase your question.
Can you clear that?
Madam Clerk, please. Thank you.
You said that you found a key. Where's the footage of you finding the key?
I don't have a body cam, so there's not going to be video of my body cam.
So if you were wearing your body cam, it would have depicted what you found during your search.
No, the city of Waukesha did not have body cams during this incident.
So it'd be fair to say there is no footage of you finding a key. Grounds.
It's argumentative, and he's already said he was not wearing a body camera.
Actually,
he can't know possibly. It's speculation. He can't know possibly.
Actually, he said the city of Waukesha didn't have body cams. He didn't say.
Right. It's sustained. It assumes facts not in evidence and calls for speculation on the part of this witness. And there's also lack of foundation as to this witness.
The foundation is this mysterious key he said he found.
The jury will disregard that statement made by Mr. Brooks. It's not his time to testify. You will have an opportunity to do that later if you choose.
I don't consent to being called that name, for the record. You said that you recall checking every 30 minutes on doing like well-being checks, right?
That's correct.
And how do you know for sure that the suspect was asleep?
I don't know for sure if you were sleeping. I know that the cover was over your head, and every time I go and check in on you, I can see that your chest was rising up and down from underneath the blanket. So it's a possibility that you were sleeping. It's a possibility that you weren't. I know that you were undercover, so it appeared that you were asleep most of the night.
So it'd be fair to say you're not sure.
Answer stands, Your Honor. It's asked and answered.
Objection.
Overruled. He may answer.
Could have been sleep. You probably was asleep. You probably wasn't, but the blanket was over your head most of the night.
And do you recall why the suspect was not allowed a phone call?
I was told that you had to wait for Detective Jay Carpenter to talk to you.
Do you know if that's standard practice?
Not sure if it's standard practice or not, but just following his instruction, because he was going to be doing some investigation.
Would you say it's fair to say that usually a suspect being detained is allowed a phone call at some point?
Relevance.
Grounds.
Relevant, sir?
Grounds.
No. Why do you believe it's relevant?
Why would contact to the outside world be restricted?
All right, it's, I'll rule that it's not relevant. Sustain the objection. Next question.
Did you observe anything strange or while the recording was taking place?
I don't know what you mean by strange.
Like, did you notice any strange movements by the detainee? Anything that would alarm you in any way?
Nothing that would alarm me, no.
After the trial is completed, you are free to communicate with anyone in any manner. These rules are intended to assure that jurors remain impartial throughout the trial. If any juror has reason to believe that another juror has violated these rules, you should report that to me. If jurors do not comply with these rules, it could result in a new trial involving additional time and significant expense to the parties and the taxpayers. You are to decide the case solely on the evidence offered and received at trial. With that, you are excused for the evening. We'll see you tomorrow morning. All rise for the jurors, please. I'm printing out a draft of preliminary, you can be seated, jury instruction 60, which concerns use of an interpreter for a witness.
I'm not gonna say no because I don't know. I honestly don't know. Me and my mom we was kind of having family issues for a while, so we didn't talk for a while. Issues that didn't have nothing to do with this. It was between me and her. So we started back talking when I was in Georgia. So whatever she had going on when I was on the West Coast, coming back to Milwaukee, I don't know. But I can tell you this. My mom is 60-some years old. She's never drove. She doesn't know how to drive. She doesn't even have a license. Okay. She catches the bus to work, which I don't like her doing because Milwaukee. Sure. She has to go. She works at Freighter, so she has to go. The way her bus route goes, she has to go way up to like 92nd. Then somewhere she told me they don't even have a bus depot thing. Mm-hmm. So it's getting cold as shit, and it's dark out there, and she's just standing out there. And I was just like, damn, I don't want. So I'm like, you probably gonna have to change your route to catch the bus from downtown Milwaukee on Wisconsin Street, downtown Milwaukee, and then go up because I don't like her.
Sure.
Yeah, I don't like her doing that.
I know you say you're not familiar with the area. So
At all.
I'll lay this out for you.
At all.
Follow me for a minute. You say you're kind of near this park. I got an idea in my head of where you're talking, based on my knowledge of the city. It's right near Stephanie's where you're hanging around watching the game and Marcus is there. You came out here with your phone, because you take it with you. How did you end up at this guy's house? Now, you said when you walked away from Erica, did she go the other way? You walked away.
From what I remember, she just stood there.
Okay,
she was just standing there like.
Right,
well,
so you walked away and it was over.
It was over.
It was over. How did you end up at a guy's house asking to use his phone, which is blocks away from Stephanie's? Okay, I can tell you that based on my knowledge of the city, based on approximately where you're telling me it is, without your phone and your shoes. You understand where that's kind of weird? How did you get to be over there? What happened?
Yeah, what basically happened with that was when I got back over here by old girl house, I just said, because I don't really know Stephanie like that. It's my friend's friend or they was getting into it about pretty much the same thing that I was getting into it with Erica about. I was just like, him.
Who's him?
Marcus. Him, her, and whoever else, Stephanie.
Was there anyone else there other than?
Yeah, at her house, yeah. A few girls that I didn't know, but they had already said it was gonna be people over there.
Okay. All right, so
I was pissed because I feel like I just met up with her, with my baby's mama. I just met up with her for absolutely nothing. You tell me, okay, you out here in Waukesha, I'm out here, let's meet up, I got your money, and then I walk over there and you don't have the money. Or you do or you don't, you just ain't gonna give it to me, however the case may be. So I'm just like, okay, whatever.
Well, hold on.
So when I get back, he's like, man, come on, bro. When I get back over to go, and I'm like, what the f going on? Like, man, he's tripping, whatever. I just got into it with it. Now y'all into it. He like, man, let's go. I'm like, nah. Nah. I'm like, I'm out, dog. So what the f? And I just started
Marcus wanted to leave?
Dude, he wanted to leave, but I don't know. He probably didn't even get into it with old girl, but he out there like, man, let's just go, bro. Let's just go, bro.
How long have you known Marcus?
I've known Marcus for years. Years.
Okay. I'm gonna be straight with you, because you've been asking me for that all along. That doesn't make sense. Listen to me, okay? Just listen to me. You go to this house. You leave. That wind was cold as hell.
Not at first.
Well, by the time it was getting later in the day, I mean, after the Packer game, you're talking 3:30, 4 o'clock, it was getting cold. I was outside for a while.
Yeah, it was about like 3:30, yeah.
By the time you're talking, it was getting cold. All right? Marcus is ready to leave because this bitch is being crazy. He's like, I'm out. You just went through the same experience from what you're telling us. You live in Milwaukee.
I don't know what exactly happened with him, though.
I told you to let me wait out. I know you don't know exactly what happened. But who are you going to trust more? Marcus, who you've known for years, or Stephanie? Why would you walk away, walk all the way down to where you did, leave your phone in the apartment, apparently?
No, I didn't.
Along with your sandals,
I didn't leave it.
and go down to where you were and not take the ride back to Milwaukee. You follow what I'm saying?
Right.
Can you understand?
I don't know if he left and went back to Milwaukee, though. I don't know if he did that.
But how are you going to get back if you don't get in the car?
I called an Uber. That's what I did.
So what happened? How did you get all the way to where you went? Because there's all these businesses in between where you were and where you got to. How did you end up at a random house without your shoes and your phone, Darrell?
This is what I'm saying. I had my flip-flops on. I had them.
Okay.
I just said that.
Where did they go?
I don't know. That's what I'm saying. I don't know if when they slammed me down, they just never, I don't know. I've knocked on 2 doors, not just the one.
So you had your flip-flops
I had my Green Bay Packer flip-flops on, yes.
Green Bay Packer. Okay.
That's what I'm saying. I wasn't just walking around with no shoes. That didn't happen until after the fact. That's what I'm trying to say, like.
So I guess another question I would have for you is if you had your phone too, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, you didn't leave it at the apartment.
No. That's why I was telling you it should have been on the grass. Remember, I described the phone to you. I said it's black. It has a cracked screen.
Yep. Yeah, you did.
Yeah.
Why are you asking other people to use their phones? Why is that guy letting
My
you?
phone was dead.
Okay. When did it die?
I have no idea. Okay. And I didn't have a charger.
But you used it for the 3-way call.
And I used his phone for the 3-way call. Okay. Like I said, we got a mutual friend named Michelle. Me and Erica do. I've known Michelle just as long as I've known Erica. She was the one that was telling me what's going on with you and your baby mama. Y'all not talking because she trying to get in touch with you. I said, yeah, I know she probably trying to get in touch with me. Well, I'm finna merge y'all. that's how I end up talking to her and telling her I'll walk over and meet you to get the money or whatever, get you a hug, get you a kiss, whatever. I had my flip-flops on then. I wasn't, like I said, I wasn't just, because the way he was making it seem like I was just running around with no shoes to begin with.
Right.
It's like, no.
I mean, it was pretty cold. You didn't have a jacket or a sweater.
Well, I didn't have a jacket to begin with.
Okay.
I didn't have a jacket to begin with, but I'm saying my shoes, I had flip-flops.
But you had a jacket before?
I never had a jacket. I had flip-flops. Green Bay Packers
Flip-flops,
flip-flops.
no jacket.
Right, because I didn't feel like I was going to be, like, I'm not going to be outside. Well, I'm thinking I'm not going to be outside. If I'm just going from a car to a house, it's no reason for me to have a coat on or no. So
some people
now
reported, all those
okay,
people out there, they
no.
reported that car driving a bit erratic.
I know what you're saying. All I'm saying is this. We all been straight up with each other. You knew it was more to what you was asking me yesterday.
Didn't know
That
for
would
sure.
explain the FBI and all that, right?
They're not here today. So if it's that big a deal, you don't see them here today.
Come on, Kurt. Hey, we been.
You guys met in the car in the park.
We been cool, man, the whole time. If I did something wrong,
that's why they were here. But do you see them here today? They're not here today.
Yeah, but y'all lied to me, man. You made it seem like they just come for no reason.
Well, here's the thing, Darrell.
And I'm like, what if it's
Listen to
that?
me for a minute.
I apologize.
I can give you a clean slate here.
I apologize.
Because you have lied to us as well. Because you came out here in the red Ford Escape. Okay, that is what you came out here in. You had the key. Alright? So, what I want to do is try to give us all a chance to reset. You understand what I'm saying? Start over. Because you're not giving us an accurate story. You didn't ride out with Marcus in a tan car. You said your mom doesn't have a car. I've just told you we've disproven that. Alright? I don't know what kind of woman she is. I don't know what y'all been through. But you were seen in the car driving kind of acting a fool. Okay? In basically the same area that you've already been able to describe to me. I'm just trying to figure out how and why it happened. What made you tear out of there? What made you so mad where you're like, fuck it, and you raced on out of there? And then people go, man, he's driving around here kind of fast. You were driving a bit reckless. This might be an OWI.
Listen. No, I don't drink.
You said you had a couple cold ones during the game.
No, yeah, but I'm saying the hard alcohol is not my thing. I was not drunk when you.
Go ahead.
So your issue right now with us is you feel like we're not sharing.
I'm getting railroaded.
Okay.
I know I am. No, y'all not telling me what's really going on.
But we're not getting the full truth either.
I know, but what I was saying was,
I had an issue. So when you left, you guys met in the car. You didn't walk there. She got in the car.
If I tell you everything that happened, are y'all gonna be straight up with me about what I'm facing? That's all I want to know. I don't want to know anything else. I don't need you guys to tell me, hey man, this is this, that is that, this is this. I just want to know. Just for the fact that, like I said, my girls.
Yeah, no, I got you. I don't know the entirety right now.
It's like almost like I'm demonized here. Like,
I'm not saying you're a demon.
No, not you, not y'all saying that. But it's just I feel that way because
you're trying to just.
I know you heard that. Oh my God. That fucking hurt.
Sure.
I know you heard that.
I heard it. It's in check.
We're gonna go check with them. Maybe they'll listen to us a little bit better.
Fuck.
You want us to check?
Yeah. Oh my God.
Yeah, give us a minute.
See
what we got.
Dude, it gotta. It gotta be something wrong then. How in the hell is it?
Sometimes sprains will pop too.
Yeah, but why is it hurting like this and they say there's nothing?
Because
Dude,
sprains can actually be more painful than a break.
whatever
What they got,
they did, it hurt so bad.
You want to keep the food? Why don't you keep the food and the soda, and we'll be back in a few minutes.
Ah.
Yeah. I think we got that Tylenol. We'll be right with you.
And the clip ended at 2:05:45. Can you describe for the jury what you saw here?
When you initially interrogated the suspect, why was the annexed interrogation room not used?
Well, when I interrogated you, Mr. Brooks, the annex room was not used because the situation was very fluid. There was a lot of information being learned. We knew this was going to be drawn out. There is no municipal lockup facility at the annex, so it could not be utilized.
And so the police holding room in the hospital was more sufficient.
You asked to go up there for medical clearance.
So the police holding room in the hospital was more sufficient than your temporary station, which would have been more suitable.
Yes, it was more sufficient.
And why would a hospital police room be more sufficient than the actual police station that you were utilizing at the time?
As I stated in my previous testimony, there was no secure lockup facility at the station. In addition to that, you requested medical clearance at the hospital.
So was there sufficient lockup at the police room in the hospital?
We had areas in the hospital, so when you were being treated by the doctor, you could be handcuffed to a bed. There is no place in the interrogation rooms you referred to at the annex to handcuff you to anything, and the doors did not lock sufficiently.
And to the best of your knowledge, would a detainee have that information that you just stated?
No.
So how come the suspect couldn't be handcuffed at the annex for the interrogation without having to be handcuffed to a specific bench or whatever you refer to it as?
Well,
I guess essentially what I'm asking is, could the suspect still be properly detained while being interrogated at the annex versus police holding room in the hospital?
So let me make sure I have this straight. Your question is about detainment. Do I have that right?
I think the question was very clear, Detective.
I can't answer it if I'm not going to get clarification.
And where was the suspect taken upon being detained?
You were taken, Mr. Brooks, upon the time you were arrested, down to the substation on Les Paul Parkway in Waukesha.
And do you recall if the suspect was put into a holding room?
Yes.
And do you recall if that holding room had something that would secure a detainee?
Yes.
So why couldn't the interrogation happen there if the suspect can be secured at that location?
Well, there are various reasons, and one of the most important reasons is when we took you to the hospital, Mr. Brooks, for your medical clearance, there were now a total of 4 officers there, myself, Detective Stern, and eventually the 2 federal agents. The situation was still very fluid. When I began the initial the initial questioning, it was 11:04 p.m. and there were still a lot of unknowns. So the determination was made to start questioning you, see what information you might be willing to provide us, because with 4 of us, we were confident we would be able to keep you where you belonged, where we needed you to be, as opposed to risking another unnecessary transport. Because and it's not just personal against you. Any transport of any prisoner, there's a risk.
Information you obtained at the substation?
Yes, sir. Basic biographical information. So I obtained your first name, Daryl Brooks, your last name being Brooks, your full middle name, I should say, being Edward. I learned that you were a junior. The date of birth, February 21st, 1982. Additional information obtained was your home address, which was you provided as 4014 North 19th Street in the city of Milwaukee. Phone number, your emergency contact, which you provided as Dawn Woods, whether you were employed, going to school. I remember talking with you about your tattoos and other physical marks that might be on your body, your hair color, eye color, photographs were taken, things of that nature.
Kept mentioning that name, pretty slick.
Sure, disregard that last statement, sir. Please ask questions. You'll have an opportunity to testify later.
Oh, I got a lot of questions. And at that point in the investigation, what did you initially know?
At that point, we knew that the red Ford Escape had driven through the parade route and that you'd been identified as a suspect.
And why was that information not provided at that time to the detainee?
The information at the time wasn't presented to you, Mr. Brooks, because, as I stated in my earlier testimony, it was still very fluid. It was very chaotic out at the scene. There was still a lot more that needed to be learned.
So is that standard procedure to not tell a person why they're being detained?
Well, we didn't not tell you. That's incorrect, and it's misleading to the court. You were informed you were being detained for prowling, loitering, disorderly conduct of that nature.
Is that the same as...
Can I finish, please? I just didn't bring up the parade part of it.
Why not?
As I stated in earlier testimony, it was very fluid and chaotic, and a lot of information wasn't yet known, so I was waiting to receive more information.
Did you state in your early testimony if that was standard procedure or not?
It's standard.
So with every detainee that you've ever detained during your career, 18 years, right?
Yes.
It's standard procedure to not tell someone being detained what they're detained for.
As I had stated in my earlier testimony, Mr. Brooks, I explained to you were detained for prowling and loitering and disorderly conduct. Based on the lack of information on the parade, that was not brought up. So what I can clarify for the court at this point is that in situations where so limited information exists early on, it is standard not to convey that information to suspects.
And what do you mean by it's standard?
I mean that I don't tell them because I don't have all the facts yet, and I'm not looking to necessarily accuse them before I know the nature of what they did or didn't do exactly pertaining to that incident.
So it'd be fair to say that it was not a fact as far as the information you learned to that point in the investigation.
Objection then.
Grounds.
Sustained is to the form of the question.
So at that point in the investigation, it wasn't a fact.
Objection, same question.
Grounds.
Sustained is to the form of the question.
At that point in the investigation, the information you had at that time, you weren't sure about.
I guess which part?
All the information that you had up until that point.
Okay, about the prowling or parade, I don't understand which part of it you're talking about.
All the information that you've obtained at that point in the investigation, you weren't sure about. As you just said, you don't try to assume guilt or anything like that until you have all the facts. So at that time, at that point in the investigation, is it fair to say that the information that you had obtained so far, you were not sure about?
I wasn't sure if you were the driver initially, but it was believed you were involved.
And you knew that to be fact?
Yes, the information being provided was that you were involved.
So it'd be fair to say you knew that as a fact?
Well, hold on. I'm going to not allow him to answer that. This jury will determine the facts of this case. If you want to ask him his opinion, you do that at your discretion.
He said fact. He said facts.
You asked the question, sir. So
He brought it up first.
I'm going to strike the question from the record. And Mr. Brooks, you're directed to rephrase.
I will rephrase, but I do not consent to being called that name for the record.
Noted and overruled.
You stated that there were some loitering and prowling allegations. Why? To your knowledge, were those ever charged?
Objection relevance.
Grounds.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
No.
And do you recall why not?
No. From the Waukesha Police Department Miranda statement form. And at that time you indicated you didn't wish to speak with me.
So it would be fair to say that the Fifth Amendment right was exercised at that point.
Right to silence.
Under the Fifth Amendment.
Yeah.
So, acknowledging now the fact that the Fifth Amendment right was invoked not to speak, or as you say, the right to silence, why did you continue to record on your phone?
So we are trained at our police department, when you do an interrogation, the recording is to be left on pretty much until you try to effect transport. So typically what we would do is, if our building hadn't been under construction, and when we'd been able to get you back to our police department, where in that situation we may very well have transported you, just because we would have had a municipal lockup there and we could have held you for the night. But that again was difficult based on the fact that we didn't have that possibility at the time. So if someone's in an interview room and at our police department, we'll leave that, even after the interrogation's over, we'll leave that video running until we come back and remove the individual from that room.
Even once a detainee has invoked their right to silence, you still continue to record? Is that a standard practice of your agency?
Yes, it is, for as long as they remain in the room.
And so when did you start recording?
Are you talking at Waukesha Memorial Hospital?
Correct.
Prior to you entering the room.
So you started recording before the detainee entered the room, and you said you keep the recording on until they leave the room. So would it be fair to say that there should only be recording while the detainee is in the room?
No.
And you did say for the record that that's standard procedure in your agency.
In regards to the interview rooms at our normal police department, which wasn't available at that time, yes.
Would it be fair to say that you were not at the normal police department?
Yes, however, with the audio, I was still trying to make sure I followed the policy to the best of my ability.
Can you show proof of that policy?
I don't have it.
So it'd be fair to say that there's no way to determine if that truly is policy if it can't be proven.
Objection, argument.
Grounds.
Sustained. As to the form of the question, it's argumentative.
How can that policy be proven?
Objection.
Grounds.
Sustained. On relevance grounds.
Do you know where that procedure is located in your agency rules?
Objection,
Grounds.
relevance.
Sustained.
Grounds for the sustain, Your Honor?
Relevance grounds. Relevance. Not relevant. Next question.
It's not relevant?
No. Keep going. We can take it up later outside the presence of the jury at our afternoon break, but for now, keep going.
I follow, Your Honor. I apologize.
Keep going. Okay.
So once the detainee was taken to the Muskego Police Department, that would be a pretty standard police department. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
And a second interrogation also took place at that police department, correct?
Yes.
Any reason why the first interrogation couldn't take place at the same police department that the second one took place at?
Well, the first interrogation, again, wasn't at a police department. You know, Muskego was utilized as they had a lockup facility, so we interviewed you there.
Around what time was the detainee taken to the Muskego Police Department?
I don't recall the exact time.
And you also stated that another law enforcement
Mr. Brooks,
officer...
I apologize for the interruption, but I just want to make sure my jury is...
You hadn't slept. So I think a person is more focused when they're fed and they're rested. So we wanted to give you the opportunity to do that.
In your opinion, how would that have affected interrogation?
I'm going to excuse the jury right now. So if our jury, we could stand for the jury so I can take up a legal issue, please. All rise. All right, thank you, everyone. Please be seated, and Mr. Brooks, you may continue with your questioning of this witness.
And do you recall why the first interview was not conducted at Muskego Police Department?
Yes. So in regards to the first interview at that point, as I kind of stated in my earlier testimony, we didn't know exactly where you'd end up. Muskego didn't become an option and something we thought of as a final place for you until after the first interrogation was attempted and was over with.
And do you recall if you made that determination yourself, or was it your supervisor or something of that nature?
Objection relevance.
Ground.
As to where they were going to take you?
Yes.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
I discussed it with Detective Casey.
And at that time, that's when you learned that Muskego police station was a viable location.
Yes, that's the point at which we made the decision.
Had you ever used that police station before in any of your investigations before that evening?
Objection relevance.
Grounds.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
I had not, but when our department first closed, that was given as an option for us, being we didn't have our own municipal lockup.
Speaking of Miranda, do you recall reading the Miranda rights in the second interrogation?
Yes, I do.
Do you recall how long into the interrogation before you read the Miranda rights?
Objection.
Grounds.
Objection, misstatement,
Grounds.
and mischaracterization of the evidence.
Grounds.
Well, sustained as to the form of the question.
It would be fair to say that the second interrogation was pretty long. Would that be fair to say?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall when in the second interrogation you read the Miranda rights?
Your Honor, I am going to object again to the form of the question.
Grounds.
The interrogation began, the court made a finding as to when the interrogation began prior.
I'm going to sustain the objection as to the form of the question. It calls for a legal conclusion. Next question.
Did you immediately start the second interrogation with the reading of Miranda rights?
No, that is not the first thing I stated to you. First, I explained to you what I was wishing to talk to you about.
And do you recall how long you were in that explanation phase of the interrogation?
Maybe around 15 minutes, 16 minutes.
So it'd be fair to say that you didn't read the Miranda rights till somewhere after already interrogating the detainee for 15 minutes at least.
Objection.
Grounds.
Misstatement.
Sustained. Calls for a legal conclusion. Misstates the testimony as well.
You read
Next question.
You read the Miranda rights after 15 minutes.
Yes, thereabouts.
Do you recall why you didn't start the second interrogation with the Miranda rights?
I'm not required to read them immediately, so those first 15 minutes were verifying your personal information, explaining that I now wish to talk to you about a domestic involving your girlfriend, and then I read them before asking you any specific questions about that event.
Would it be fair to say that you had already obtained personal information the night before?
I had, but I didn't have it in front of me, and I have to recomplete the whole Miranda sheet. So I had to refill out the top form of the sheet, which is your name, so I had to verify that.
So it'd be fair to say that you had obtained personal information that you didn't bring with you for the second interrogation?
I did not have your information written down at that point. Yes.
Do you recall why at that time you didn't have the personal information that you had already obtained?
No.
No, as in?
I don't recall why I didn't have it.
You made reference to the first interrogation saying that there was no waiver of that interrogation?
Objection.
I'm referring to what he just said at the beginning of the answer.
I'm going to sustain the objection. Next question.
Grounds for the sustain?
Next question.
Grounds for the sustain, Your Honor?
Next question.
So I can't get no grounds. Okay. So you made reference to not being sure if you would. I'm trying to remember exactly what you said. You wasn't sure if you were going to get the information you were seeking?
Correct.
And is that what led you to lie about the information you knew?
Objection mischaracterizes the testimony.
Grounds.
It's argumentative, sustained.
Did that lead you to not be forthright about the information you knew?
Objection. Argumentative.
Sustained is to the form of the question. His words were that he withheld. You may.
That led you to withhold information that you had obtained?
I'm sorry, did what part with all that? Can you restart the question?
Because you were not sure if you were going to get the information you were seeking, that led you to withhold information that you had obtained.
Well, again, as I've stated in prior testimony, strong part of the reason I withheld information is I wanted to gauge how honest and truthful you would be. I think it's important to note you lied to me, and this was proven by evidence, about your mother owning a vehicle. You lied about coming out here in a tan, possible Kia. So there were lies that were told at this point. You lied about being body slammed by officers. That was later proven to be not true.
Advise the jury of a couple different things at this point. Obviously, ultimately, the juror will determine the credibility of all witnesses and the weight of the testimony to give for any witness. So whatever any person's opinion about the testimony or previous statements or information from another individual, I'm telling you, is not evidence. You need to determine for yourselves what the facts are in this case. And the other thing I want to remind the jury of is that an accused has the right to remain silent, and when that silence cannot be used against him, since there was a comment earlier. To the extent that it was commented on, I'm going to instruct the jury to disregard that as well. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, continuing. So it just was that...
It's narrative at this point. He's going to ask his next question.
Okay.
If the state needs to redirect, they will.
You made reference to, well, let me back up from that. Is it standard practice in your agency to withhold information in an interrogation?
Yes, it can be to gauge truthfulness.
And what do you mean by it can be?
So obviously, so a person understands what's going on, you'll give them the basics of why you want to question them. But you're never going to tell them every detail because you want to see if they're being truthful. You want to see what details come out.
So would it be fair to say by saying that it can be means that it's not all the time used in that fashion?
Oftentimes it is. Oftentimes there's information that I won't tell a suspect unless, it's something where I've actually caught the suspect in the act and we both saw the same things. But yes, typically if I want to make sure they're telling truth, if there's certain information I have, I will withhold that. I'll see if they're willing to provide that, and if not, confront them with that information.
You had a partner with you during both investigations, but I'm referring to the second one primarily. With that officer had used the same method if they were taking the lead in the investigation at that point?
Objections, calls for speculation.
Sustained is the form of the question. Would
it be fair to say that
that the way you interrogate is your method specifically?
Yes.
So it'd be fair to say that that is not standard policy of your agency?
Correct.
You made reference to the suspect's family. Specifically, I'm referring to the children. How were you able to come into the knowledge of the suspect's children?
I believe I asked you about them.
I'm referring specifically to where they lived at the time of the incident.
That was information that came afterwards. Well, actually, I don't recall. I don't remember if you told me specifically where your older daughter lived that day or not.
Well, we be fair to say we saw a lot of the second interrogation. Would that be fair to say?
Portions of it.
Well, yeah, portions of it, but a lot of it.
I don't know exactly how much we watched. That's really, I guess it depends on your definition of a lot.
At any time, do you recall it being stated where the defendant's children lived?
Not that I can recollect watching today.
Had you seen that video before today?
Yes.
The second interrogation?
Yes.
Have you seen it in its entirety?
Yes.
And at that time, speaking into the phone, were you stating verbatim? Was it off the top of your head what you remember, or did you, I guess what I'm saying is, did you speak into that phone based on a report that you had already previously written or had obtained?
Well, I guess I want to make sure I understand the question. Could you ask it again so I understand?
I guess I can be more clear. I guess what I'm trying to say is, like, by speaking into this phone, would that have been what you recalled at the time, or would it have been based on a report that was already written by you or someone else?
Okay. There was no prior report, so that what I speak into that phone and what is typed is my best recollection of the events at that time.
That just gave me a little clarity. I knew what I was trying to say, I just couldn't. And it would be fair to assume that that was strictly about the videos.
Correct.
And had you obtained any knowledge outside of what was shown in the videos?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
Had you obtained any knowledge to why you were asked to provide those videos at that time?
No, I was just asked to look at my videos and see if I saw anything unusual, any unusual activity in the parking lot.
And do you recall being informed that it was a possibility that you would be testifying in this matter?
No, I did not know that.
Were you subpoenaed at any time?
Yes, I was.
And do you recall about how long ago you received that subpoena?
Several weeks ago.
So pretty recent, would be fair to say.
Yes, I would. Well, several weeks ago. I'm not sure if that's your definition of recent or not, but.
Do you recall who served you the subpoena?
Objection relevant.
Grounds.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
The district attorney's office from Waukesha.
Do you recall if it was a specific district attorney?
I do not recall.
Do you recall if you were contacted by the plaintiff in this matter?
Objection.
Grounds.
Vague. Sustained as to the form of the question.
Do you recall having a phone conversation with the plaintiff in this?
Same objection.
Grounds.
Sustained as to the form of the question.
Do you yourself recall reaching out to the plaintiff in this matter?
I'm not sure who the plaintiff is. Can you define that for me?
The plaintiff would be who's bringing the claim.
Your Honor, I object. Well, I realize there's no question at this point, but if he's going to ask the witness to answer his prior question, now that he's clarified this is irrelevant questioning.
We'll see what his question is first.
I asked it.
Please ask your question again so that I'm clear.
Have you yourself ever reached out to the plaintiff in this matter?
And my objection is it's vague and it's legally inaccurate.
Sustained as to the form of the question.
Do you even know if there's a plaintiff in this matter?
Objection
Grounds.
argumentative.
Sustained as to the form of the question.
You yourself filed any complaint in this matter?
Objection
Grounds.
irrelevant.
Overruled. The witness may answer, sorry.
I have not, no.
Do you know of anyone who filed a claim in this matter?
Objection
Grounds.
irrelevant.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
I do not.
Before today, had you viewed that footage before today?
Yes.
And do you recall seeing anything unusual?
Not sure I understand the question.
Do you recall seeing anything unusual?
Do you mean in the footage or
In the
at
footage.
his- Go ahead and answer with that understanding.
I guess not. No.
So if you don't recall seeing anything unusual in the footage, what would be the purpose to turn it into law enforcement?
Objection.
Grounds.
It's argumentative and a misstatement, Your
Grounds.
Honor.
The way it's phrased, I believe it calls for speculation on the part of the witness as well as the other reasons indicated by the state, so I'll sustain it as to the form of the question.
Why did you turn the video footage into law enforcement?
I was asked to go through my camera footage.
Even though you hadn't saw anything unusual?
Sure, correct.
And you stated that the time was off because of daylight savings time?
Correct.
And so it would have been an hour earlier than what was being shown?
I believe so, yes, correct.
Can you state where that particular camera is positioned on your residence?
It's on the back of my home, facing my garage.
Do you recall what law enforcement agency you turned that footage in to?
Was the Waukesha Police Department.
Do you recall what officer you spoke with when you turned in the video footage?
I do not.
Say that you saw the video footage before today?
I saw it on the day of and the days following.
And what, if at anything, do you see on the video?
I see a man crossing the street, coming down from the properties across the street.
And you said a man. Would you say it's fair to say that from the video, it's a pretty good distance from where your camera was positioned?
That video image is a good distance. It's about 50 yards.
And you can tell from the video that you just watched today, you can tell the gender of the individual that you saw crossing the street, as you say?
Well, when I saw it originally, I had zoom. Okay, the feature of the camera zooms, so your image was real clear.
So the image was real clear when you had zoom. Any reason why this particular image doesn't have that feature?
They can do whatever they want.
Grounds.
Objection.
Hold on, there's an objection.
Sorry.
Let me rule on it.
Beyond the scope of the witness's knowledge, Your Honor.
I'll overrule if you know the answer.
I don't know what decisions they made in choosing the display.
And to your knowledge, the fund that you speak of was strictly geared towards counseling?
I'm not privy to what it was geared toward.
So would it be fair to say that there was a financial interest attached to this incident?
Absolutely not.
And
there's a mental health interest.
And how's everybody doing now? Are they okay?
Objection irrelevant.
Grounds
Sustained.
for relevance?
Yes.
Did you yourself file any claims in relation to this matter?
I have not.
Do you know of anyone who filed a claim in relation to this matter?
Personally, no.
To the best of your recollection, do you recall being contacted by the plaintiff in this matter?
Other than regards to the summons, no.
And you made reference to the summons.
Or subpoena, rather.
What was the plaintiff's name on the subpoena?
I believe so.
Do you recall what that name was?
State of Wisconsin.
That question wasn't asked previously, for the record. So to the best of your knowledge, is the state of Wisconsin an injured party in this matter?
Your Honor, I object and
Grounds.
ask you to direct the defendant to move on.
Grounds.
The
I
objection
think the
is
judge
sustained
has to do that, not
pursuant-
the DA.
The objection is sustained. Next question, please.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the reason for the sustain.
It's not relevant.
Your Honor, I object to it not being relevant. He clearly stated
Mr.
the
Brooks,
plaintiff.
please move on. I've made my ruling. Thank you.
I don't know how that's not relevant. Seems to me that there's no plaintiff.
I remind the jury to disregard comments made by the parties. They are not evidence.
There's no plaintiff. No further questions.
Thank you, sir. Any redirect?
No, I'd ask that Mr. Miller be excused, please. The device in front of you is a touch screen. Can you please circle the sandal in the photograph? All right, thank you. And then if we could please display 95.
Before you do that,
I'm sorry.
any capture of this being requested before?
No, because I think 95 will do that for us, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Then go ahead, next exhibit.
All right, now 95 is up, sir.
Same thing? Circle?
Sure.
Objection leading.
Yes, please circle.
Overruled, the witness may answer by circling.
All right. I'd now like to show you a piece of physical evidence that's been marked as State's Exhibit 86. If I could get the assistance of the deputy, please. Could you please present that to the witness for me?
Was that, you said 86?
I was going to ask the same thing because I missed that too. Can I have the number again?
Yes, 86, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Exhibit 86. Not yet.
Sir, have you seen Exhibit 86 before?
Yes.
What is 86?
86 is the sandal that I located outside of 322.
House?
Yes.
Do you see the sweatshirt in this image, sir?
Objection leading.
Overruled, you may answer.
Yes, I do.
Please circle it. Are you able to see the sandal in this photograph?
No, I'm not.
Okay. And then we'll move on to 98, please. And those are the two items together in the top portion of the playhouse, is that right?
Yes, that is.
All right. Now I'm going to show you these physical items. Please, Deputy, if you would assist me again. Number 84.
Sorry.
Do you recognize item number 84, sir?
Yes.
What is that?
Objection leading.
Oh, overruled. I'm sorry. What was the number again?
84.
All right. Go ahead. You may answer, sir.
Yes, this was the gray hooded sweatshirt that I located in the children's playhouse.
All right. And 85. Thank you. Please identify.
This is the other sandal, which was a left-footed blue sandal slide with the Milwaukee Brewer logo. That was also located in the children's playhouse.
Your Honor, permission to admit, or excuse me, move to admit 84 and 85.
Objection relevancy. And in reference to the sweatshirt that you observed in the children's playpen, do you have any information on how that got there?
Not exactly, no, because I didn't follow the footsteps of Darrell Brooks that night.
And seeing as how that you were actively investigating that portion of the investigation, why did you not ask the homeowners if the items belonged to them?
I did not ask them. I located it, and then it was turned over to more of the detectives that were handling the case.
The
to
question was
make contact.
why didn't you ask the homeowners?
I don't know. I just didn't.
So it would be fair to say you didn't know who the items belonged to at that point.
Fair enough, yeah.
Would it be fair to say that these items have been kept for quite a while now? Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
Are items usually kept for this length of time in investigations?
Yes, typically yes, till the case is over.
So it isn't unusual in any way to see items kept roughly a year or so?
No, that's not unusual, especially if it's evidence to a crime.
And what usually happens to the items after the investigation is complete?
You would have to ask the criminal investigations division, especially Schmidt, that handles those types of cases. I don't know how they release those items.
So you're not sure, to your best of your knowledge, you're not sure?
No, I'm not.
Do you recall making a report in this matter?
Yes, I do.
Would it be fair to say this isn't your first time during your career testifying in any type of criminal matter?
Yes.
Yes, as in?
I've testified before.
So it would be fair to assume that you understand plaintiffs and defendants, correct?
Objection,
Grounds.
irrelevant.
Sustained, not relevant.
Are you aware that only a living human being can bring a claim against a defendant?
Objection, irrelevant, argumentative.
Grounds.
Sustained for those reasons, and as to the form of the question.
To the best of your knowledge, who can bring a claim against an alleged defendant?
Objection, irrelevant.
Sustained, not relevant.
No further questions.
Thank you.
So, Officer Rowe, you repeatedly referred to the alleged defendant's name. How did you come into that information?
Based on the entirety of the investigation.
And when did you come into the knowledge of the alleged defendant's name?
I don't remember.
When did your part of the investigation start?
After he drove the SUV through the parade, I was called at home to come in and help the departments with the investigation.
And just so we clear for the record, is the jury asking you questions or me?
I'm sorry, I did not hear the question. Repeat your question, please.
Well, I was referring to when I ask a question, he turns towards the jury as if they're the ones asking the question.
That's not a question, Your Honor.
It is a question.
We did ask a question about that.
Yes.
I think you're asking why does he do that? To that extent, the witness may answer.
I'm here to present the case to the jury.
So, follow that fundamentally, but for the sake of making sure you hear the questions right, wouldn't it be fair to say that you should pay attention to the questions being answered, or being asked, rather?
Assumes the fact, not an evidence.
Sustained as to the form of the question. Please rephrase.
Wouldn't it make sense to focus on the questions so you can hear them clearly?
Objection argumentative still assumes the fact, not an evidence.
Sustained.
You made reference to you being here to present the case to the jury. So is that the reason why you decided to testify?
Objection to the relevance?
Grounds?
Overruled. The witness may answer.
I don't understand your question.
Were you able to hear my question clearly?
I don't understand your question.
Were you able to hear my question clearly?
Objection argumentative, Your Honor.
Sustained. Next question, please. Or rephrase the previous question to the one that was asked just now.
What was not understood about the question that you were asked?
Objection argumentative.
Grounds?
Sustained as to the form of the question. Please rephrase.
What wasn't clear about what I was asking?
Same objection, Your
Grounds?
It's the objection is sustained. Let's go back and ask the question that he says he didn't understand and rephrase it, please, or move on. Your choice.
Was your sole reason for testifying here today?
Objection relevance.
Let's let Mr. Brooks get the question out. Go ahead.
Apologize, I thought that was it.
Are you testifying today strictly to prove your case to the jury?
Objection, misstatement of his testimony.
Grounds? That's what he said.
Sustained as to the form of the question misstates the prior testimony.
That's what he said. So why did you decide to testify here today?
Objection, that's a legally inaccurate question, Your Honor.
Please rephrase the question. I'm sustaining the question asked as to the form of the question.
I don't know how I'm supposed to rephrase that. Without having the same form of the question. That helps.
I'll rule if there's an objection, but ask a question, please.
Did you seek to testify here today in this matter?
No.
So how did you ultimately come to that decision?
Objection, that's a misstatement, Your Honor. It was not his decision.
Sustained as to the form of the question assumes a fact, not an evidence.
Were you subpoenaed?
Yes.
Do you recall by whom you were subpoenaed to testify?
District Attorney Sue Opper from the Washington County District Attorney's Office.
And at that time you were subpoenaed, you decided to testify?
I don't believe it's my decision.
Well, it would be fair to say that you didn't have to show up, right? That'd be fair to say?
No, I had to show up.
But would it be fair to say that you could have chosen not to?
No, it would not be fair to say that.
And on that map, Exhibit 130, you made reference to at some point the the dotted line and it stops at some point? That'd be fair to say?
Could you be more specific?
The dotted line that was referred to on the map.
Do you want the map brought up? Would that be helpful to you?
Or maybe might be helpful to him.
He's got the large map, but if you want to...
So, if you can see the dotted line on the map behind you,
Yes.
is it fair to say that the dotted line stops at some point? Around Central Avenue, maybe?
Yes, there's a couple lines that seem to come to Central Avenue or egress out of Central Avenue that do stop.
And you stated that, well, what was the reason that you stated that line stops, the dotted line?
I stated that it's because we don't know the exact location where you cross the street to get over to Elizabeth Street.
And why, were there no cameras present at that point, or how did you lose the path of travel at that point?
We didn't find any cameras or any eyewitnesses in that area.
So it would be fair to say at that point you weren't sure what happened.
I know that you crossed the street at some point. We just don't know where.
How do you know that?
Because you were arrested on Elizabeth Street.
Did you see any crossing of, I think you said that was West? Would that be West Avenue that you were referring to, that you don't see any crossing of?
What's your question?
Is that West Avenue that you stated that you didn't see any crossing of?
That is Northwest Avenue.
Or Northwest Avenue, I'm sorry, I don't know the streets. Northwest Avenue. And you don't have any visual footage or any eyewitnesses, as you said, to say for sure if Northwest Avenue was crossed.
We didn't obtain any witness statements or any eyewitness or any video of the suspect crossing the street.
Do you recall when you typed your report?
Objection relevance?
Grounds.
Sustained, not relevant.
How's that not relevant if he already answered that he typed a report?
Please continue, sir.
Grounds for the sustain.
Relevant.
He answered that he typed a report. So how's it not relevant if he recalls when he typed it?
Please continue, sir.
Got to be kidding me. Any interaction with the plaintiff in this incident?
Objection.
Grounds.
Relevant, legally inaccurate.
Grounds.
Sustained as to the form of the question.
Were you ever contacted by the plaintiff in this incident?
Same objection.
Grounds.
Sustained as to the form of the question.
Would you call the state of Wisconsin a living, breathing human being? Or
Asked and
entity?
answered.
Grounds, because I didn't ask that question.
It's not relevant. Sustained. Next question.
It's very relevant. Seems like there's no plaintiff.
Jury will disregard statements made by
Come on,
the
man.
attorneys
Come on,
they,
man.
and
You're
the
trying to
parties.
be
They are
slick.
not evidence. Please
Stop
ask
trying to
the
be
question.
slick. So to your knowledge, the plaintiff is the state of Wisconsin. Do you see him present in the courtroom today?
Objection.
Grounds.
Irrelevant.
Sustained.
Can you
relevant.
identify the plaintiff state of Wisconsin?
Same objection.
Grounds.
Sustained. Sir, please continue and not on this topic. Next question, please.
To the best of your knowledge, you're not even sure if you've ever even had any interaction with the plaintiff state of Wisconsin, correct?
Objection. Argumentative and compound.
Grounds.
Sustained.
Definitely wasn't compound. Would you consider yourself an injured party in this incident?
Objection.
Grounds.
Argumentative.
The witness may answer.
No.
Have you read or seen the complaint?
No.
No further questions.
All right, thank you, sir. Any redirect?
No, thank you.
All right, thank
D. David P. Paul 9256.
And on the report, the vehicle identification number on Exhibit 83, where did that information come from?
The vehicle identification number I verify on the inside of the door jamb of the vehicle. There's two VINs on each vehicle. One's a public VIN under the windshield, and one is inside the door jamb of the vehicle. I always use the one inside the door jamb of the vehicle first, take note of it, and then cross-reference it with the public VIN on the vehicle to make sure that they both match.
And did they in this case?
Objection. I have the 10 pages, and nowhere on here does it say exhibit. Nowhere on here.
That's because it was marked for purposes of trial. It has an exhibit sticker now. So your objection's noted, it's overruled, and
Why am I not privy to the same?
the witness may answer the question. It's been marked as an exhibit. Go ahead, sir.
Can you restate the question? I forgot what it was.
I think I did too, but let's go with this one. Is the VIN number that you saw on the door, you said that you cross-referenced it with the VIN number, public VIN number. Did you do that in this case?
Yes.
And did they match?
Yes.
Objection. Read it.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
Yes, it is.
I would move State's Exhibit 83 into evidence.
Objection.
Your objection's noted. It is overruled. Exhibit 83 is received.
So is my paperwork ever going to say Exhibit 83, or is it just going to be this?
Mr. Brooks, I'll take that up outside the presence of the jury later, but we're going to continue.
It
Go
was brought
ahead.
up in front of the jury.
Mr. Brooks, we're going to continue with the questioning of this witness.
What is y'all trying to pull over there?
Mr. Brooks, please. No one's... The exhibit, to my understanding, has previously been provided to you. You have it. It's now been marked as an exhibit for trial
Y'all got
purposes.
something I don't have, though.
Go ahead.
That's not how it's supposed to work. It's supposed to be fair.
Attorney Basie, I trust that this was previously turned over.
It was, and I believe the defendant has a copy of it in front of him.
Thank
And
you.
where does
Please
it say
continue.
Exhibit 83? It doesn't say that this was going
Again,
to be
we'll take
used
this
as
up
an
outside the
exhibit.
presence of the jury later. It's not something we need to do right now. Go ahead, ask your questions.
Thank you, Your Honor. And I would object and move to strike from the record any commentary that the defendant was making in the last 5 minutes.
What was that?
Court will strike the commentary that was made. I'm not sure if it was picked up or not, but as a reminder to the jurors, the statements made by parties and lawyers are not evidence. The testimony and other evidence that's received is the evidence the jury will ultimately consider. Go ahead.
Thank you. Sir, can you briefly describe the condition of the vehicle when you inspected it on December 6th?
Yeah, the vehicle had quite a bit of front end damage. Once they were done with DNA, they had me come to the crime lab to do the testing and inspection.
So the first section of your report, and I'm just going to direct your attention to page 3 of Exhibit 83, talks about the tires and the suspension and tie rods. Do you see that?
Objection leading.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
Yes.
And can you describe for the jury what part of the inspection, describe this part of the inspection?
Objection leading.
Overruled. The witness may answer. The report's been received by the court, and the state may direct the witness to various points at its discretion.
When was it made an exhibit? Because I wasn't aware of that.
Go ahead, Attorney Basie. You may continue.
Thank you. Sir, can you describe the information contained in the first section of the report under the heading Tires, Wheels, Steering, Suspension, Brakes?
Objection leading.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
This particular vehicle, is that correct?
Objection.
Speculative.
Overruled, the witness may answer.
Yes, I have.
Did you observe anything at all that would have prohibited this vehicle from stopping if the brake pedal had been applied?
No.
Is there anything that you observed or documented with it during or in your mechanical inspection report that would have contributed to the crashes that this car was involved in?
Objection. That's the answer.
Overruled, the witness may answer.
No.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any cross-exams?
During your inspection, did you see any bullet holes?
Yes, I did.
Do you recall where? Back up. Do you recall how many bullet holes you observed?
I do not recall a number of them. No, I knew there were more than one.
The ones that you observed, do you recall where they were?
I do believe one might have exited through either the windshield or rear window, and one was in the side of the vehicle, if I remember correctly.
And did you find any shell casings?
No, I did not.
And you said you did the inspection on December 6th?
That's correct.
Do you know if the vehicle had been do you know if anyone attempted to start the vehicle in between that time of the crash and your inspection?
Not to my knowledge, no.
But you don't know for sure?
That's correct.
You made reference to the left rear tire being bigger than the other tires.
Yes.
Can you give a little bit more clarity on how that would affect the vehicle?
So one larger tire on the vehicle would obviously make the vehicle lean ever so slightly away from whichever side is larger than the other. In this case, the amount of difference between the two tires, it's about 1.5 inches in difference in radius. So in radius, you get half of that amount in height. So it would be about 3/4 of an inch difference in height. That amount of difference is not noticeable in a vehicle. The other thing that it would cause is premature tire wear from one side to the other over time, to where one tire might wear faster than the other. The suspension might not act correctly because it's not at the same ride height anymore. So eventually over time, those are things I would expect to potentially see from that. Each vehicle acts differently with different size tires on it. There's no one size fits all.
So different vehicles act differently to having a bigger fitting tire.
Yes.
Is that of any assistance if a vehicle is coming up behind people?
Objection. Speculative.
Based on his training and experience, I will allow him to answer.
No.
Thank you. Nothing further.
All right, thank you. You may step down.
Were there any names associated with the U.S. mail or paperwork inside the vehicle?
Objection. Relevant.
Overruled, the witness may answer.
Yes.
What was that name?
Daryl E. Brooks, Jr.
Was there an address, if you can recall?
Objection. Relevancy.
Overruled, the witness may answer.
There was, but I don't exactly recall it.
Sure. Also on the table next to you, sir, is your report that I've marked as exhibit number 90. Do you see that?
Yes.
Wait. Placed on the table.
Go ahead, Attorney Opper.
Well, objection. How did it get on the table?
Your objection's noted. It's overruled. Record will reflect that there's a copy of a crime lab report. It has an exhibit sticker, number 90, with the case number of this case. Handing it back to the witness. Go ahead and make questions.
How did it get on the table? Who placed it on the table?
Attorney Opper indicated she placed it there.
When did that happen?
Attorney Opper, go ahead, continue.
Did you author this report, sir?
Yes, I did.
If you review the report, would you be able to see the address for Daryl Brooks that was noted in the paperwork from the inside of the SUV?
Objection. I don't consent to being called that name. My name is Daryl Brooks, Jr.
Noted, overruled.
Yes, I would.
Please do that, sir.
Objection.
Overruled.
Grounds for the overrule.
The witness may answer.
Grounds for the overrule.
Go ahead, sir.
The address for the pieces of mail that I recovered was 4014 North 19th Street, Milwaukee, Wisconsin, 53209.
Thank you.
Objection. That should be strike. When he asked the question, he said he didn't recall. So how can you force somebody to recall?
The witness's recollection was refreshed through the use of his report, which he indicated he documented the address. Your objection is noted. It's overruled. The answer will stand. Go ahead. Next question, please.
Yes, and actually, if I could back up 1 minute and ask Ms. Gussie to put back up 117. Got to ask a question about 117.
Go ahead.
And if we could display it, please, Madam Clerk.
Nobody got to answer no questions.
Mr. Brooks, please refrain from interrupting. You'll have an opportunity to ask your
I have an
questions
objection
on
of
cross.
how stuff got to the table without my knowledge. That should be known. That should at least be noted for the record.
It was
I wouldn't
noted
be able to do that.
Your objection's noted. It's overruled. Go ahead, Attorney Opper.
So that needs to stop happening.
In
It needs
addition
be
to
fair.
the hat.
All right, I'm going to excuse the jury.
All right, for the jury.
Can't keep doing stuff without. It should be a fair trial. That's my right. You shouldn't be able to do things without my knowledge. And then pass it off to the jury like that's fair. They deserve to know that too. And you stated that the bumper was, I guess, moved at some point so it wouldn't drag under the vehicle. I'm guessing that's what you said. If I'm wrong, you can.
No, that's correct. Yeah, we used bungee cords to secure it off the ground so that when we're moving it or putting it on the flatbed to go to the actual enclosed trailer, that it wouldn't be constantly going underneath the vehicle.
When towing the vehicle, what was it placed on?
Because of the amount of traffic or cars that were parked on the road, the towing company couldn't get the enclosed trailer right to the end of the driveway. So the vehicle was put onto a flatbed truck and then driven a few houses down, where then it was transferred to an enclosed trailer and then removed from the scene.
So with the bumper, being that it was first placed on a flatbed truck, as you say, at that time with the bumper had, what problem with the bumper had caused if it wasn't going to be physically dragged or anything at that point?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
What kind of problem would the bumper pose if the vehicle was on a flatbed truck?
The whole point
essentially what I'm saying is to give you more clarity. How could the bumper be dragged at that point?
It was being removed from the surface of the driveway onto the flatbed. So if the bumper weren't secured in an upright position, it would be pulled, and the bumper, as the vehicle is going this way, the bumper would be pulled underneath the vehicle.
So once it was secured on the flatbed truck, would the bumper still pose any problem?
The vehicle on the flatbed, the bumper was in a secured position.
If it wasn't bungee corded, would it have posed a problem?
Yes.
How so if it wasn't moving?
The whole purpose was to secure the bumper in place to preserve any physical evidence that might have been on the bumper.
And do you recall who did the actual towing?
The company is Complete Towing and Recovery.
And you stated to wanting to get the vehicle to a environmentally friendly, secure location?
Yeah, a better term would be environmentally controlled.
What do you mean by environmentally controlled?
Proper lighting, outside of the elements, outside of view of the public, so an enclosed building.
Why the reference to outside of the public?
It's easier to do examinations in a controlled environment.
Would it be fair to say at that time, before it was towed, the vehicle had been secured, checked? That was done out in public. So, what would be the difference at that point?
I'm going to go back to my original statement of what my primary duty is. My primary duty is to preserve the integrity of the evidence. So that night, I was concerned with doing the necessary steps that I deemed relevant to collect, and then get that vehicle to a more suitable environment, just based off of how much more work and analysis and processing that vehicle would entail.
Fundamentally, I follow what you're saying fundamentally. Do you recall obtaining a search warrant to conduct an inspection on the ACM?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand you.
An inspection of what?
The ACM, I guess that would be the air control module. I'm guessing that's what that's
Thank you.
Referencing.
No, since I don't do that type of analysis or examination, I didn't obtain any search warrant with that.
Any reason why I would say that in the paperwork?
Objection vague.
Grounds.
Sustained as to the form of the question. As to what paperwork you're referring to.
I'm guessing, I don't know what it will be called, but it says conclusion inspection summary. And the conclusion inspection or conclusion/inspection summary. Do you recall?
Is it from this witness?
Huh?
Is it from this witness?
Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead.
I don't think that is from this witness, Your Honor. I don't see anything like that in this Exhibit 90. Are you perhaps still looking at Inspector Schultz's report from the State Patrol, the last witness?
What page number do you have? And I'll take a look at it and I'll compare it.
This says page 5.
Yeah, he's looking at the last exhibit from Inspector Schultz, 83.
What? It says Chief Christopher Johnson.
Oh, it does say that in 83. It says, if I can read for completeness, or you can, it says, upon arrival, I met with crime scene chief Christopher Johnson from the Wisconsin State Crime Lab.
No. That's not what I'm reading from.
Okay. Chief Johnson had obtained a search warrant to conduct the mechanical inspection and to image the data retained within the escape's airbag control module ACM.
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
Okay. So that was written by Inspector Schultz, who just testified, not this witness. To clarify the record here.
Thank you.
I apologize for that. It's all in the same paperwork with Chief Johnson, so maybe that's where the confusion comes in.
The record would reflect this witness's last name is Johnson, so I think that's understandable.
Yeah, I didn't know. I was just reading what I have here.
Fair enough. Keep going.
Do you recall at any time obtaining any type of search warrants pertaining to the vehicle in this incident?
Yes, I have obtained a copy of the search warrant.
And do you remember what that search warrant was for? What was the intended search?
To search the vehicle and process it for any biological fluids, hairs, fibers, any electronic equipment, any personally identifying information.
And the ACM would fall under the lines of the mechanical side of.
Yes.
Would you consider yourself to be an injured party in this matter?
No.
No further questions.
Thank you. Any redirect?
Just very briefly. Mr. Johnson, you said when you arrived on Maple Street there were police officers present,
That's correct.
and you said the vehicle was secure at that point.
Correct.
Objection.
What do you mean?
Leading.
The answer may stand. Next question. Overruled.
What do you mean by that, sir?
The perimeter was secured with crime scene tape, and there were officers that were standing at the location where the vehicle was.
Would it have been possible for a member of the public or any curious person to just walk up and touch the vehicle or do anything to the vehicle?
Objection. Speculative.
Based upon his training and experience, he may answer. Overruled.
They would have been stopped by law enforcement.
Thank you. That's all I have.
All right. Thank you, sir. You may step down. While he's stepping down, if my jurors and anyone else in the courtroom want to stand, I do want to get through one more witness tonight.
And then the exhibits that Mr. Johnson has, Your Honor, what would you like done with those?
I'll take them.
All right.
Would it be fair to say for pretty much all the items that you did analysis on, there were at minimum 2 or 3 person mixtures?
No.
And why would you say that?
Typically in our reports, we lump the Star Mix samples together. If you look before that, it will have items that were single source profiles.
That's why I said the majority, or if not all. I didn't say every single one.
I wouldn't say the majority, no.
Certainly looks that way. Is it Autosomal? How do you say that word? I'm sorry.
Autosomal.
Autosomal STRDNA results and conclusions. That starts on page 5. Would that be fair to say?
That's correct, yes.
And ends on page 13. Would that be fair to say?
That's correct, yes.
Would it be fair to say that page 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, and 6, out of all those pages, only 3 have single source, and all the rest of them have at least 2 or 3 mixtures. Would that be fair to say?
No.
And can you point out where the inaccuracy may be?
Sure.
In case I'm not being accurate.
Yeah, on page 6, the first profile that you're looking at, cuttings of the apparent hair from the gas tank strap. That's a single source profile.
That's one.
The next line, the cutting of the unlit end of the blunt is 1.
2.
Cuttings of the apparent roots from the hairs, which is CC4, CC5, and CC8. So that's 3 items right there.
So you're looking at the actual heading?
That's correct.
And is that it from?
On that page, yes.
Any other pages?
Which direction is the books, forward or backwards?
I don't consent to being called
What
that
is
now.
your name? Brooks. First name?
We're going from page 6.
Are you asking single source profiles?
To page 7. From page 7, do you see any single source? Or yes, I guess it would be called single source.
No. From page 6 to 13, as you previously stated, those are my star mix ones. So each one of those is going to be a mixture profile.
So the majority of them have a mixture of persons.
From those pages, yes, but there are many single source profiles before the star mix conclusions.
Do you recall who you turned your report over to once you finished your report?
For technical review?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
For technical review?
I'm referring to once you had finished your written report. Do you recall who you turned that over to?
Yes.
Can you state it for the jury and for the record?
Kelly Gajewski was my tech reviewer.
Can you spell that last name for the record?
It's Gajewski, Gajewski.
Thank you.
And do you know what happened to the written report from that point?
After she reviews it, sent it back for edits, and then I fixed those it was approved by her. Then it goes to a supervisor for an administrative review.
Fix the edits. What do you mean by fix the edits?
If there's any typos or anything like that, it'll come back. Or if I forgot to initial a page or something like that, I'll fix those and then send it back to her for approval.
Working with law enforcement, which you've stated you've done numerous times. And in regards to written reports, to your knowledge, are you aware of officers taking a creative writing course?
Objection, relevance.
Sustained. That's the fourth question.
Have you yourself ever taken a creative writing course?
Objection, relevance.
Sustained. Not relevant. Next question.
Have you or anyone you know filed a complaint in this matter?
No.
Would you consider yourself an injured party in this matter?
No.
Red jacket on, and directly to her left would be Jennifer in a black jacket.
Okay. A little hard to see right now, but as they
Very hard to see.
as they
keep going.
walk, could you see two people walking there, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Please clear the screen and continue playing. And pause. And I'm sorry because I can't see the counter, Your Honor.
It is at 44 seconds.
44 seconds. Thank you. Paused at 44. Do you see anybody else that you just testified to in the video at this point, sir?
Objection, speculation.
Overruled. You may answer.
Yes, I do.
And who is that?
Mitchell.
Objection.
Overruled.
Mitchell Lampine.
Please circle Mitchell. Did you know Mitchell's approximate age?
Objection, speculative.
Overruled.
I believe he's about 10.
Okay. All right, we can take down 32. Did this video goes on to show the red SUV drive through the Extreme Dance team, correct?
Objection, leading.
It's foundational. Your Honor.
Overruled. It's foundational. It's previously been received. Go ahead.
Yes, it does.
To your knowledge of this video, sir, did those individuals, Mitchell and Ms. Stover and Ms. Pellmeyer, remain along the left side of the road there as the SUV went through?
Objection, leading.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
They were hit by the vehicle and then moved to the left.
Let's take a pause for a second. We
Yes.
are IT experts. Hopefully I can get this figured out.
It's a lot of pressure.
Go ahead.
Could you put something on the screen?
It's just photo taken just prior to the Barris Logistics float, and the band director is in the lower left-hand side of the video. It shows the red SUV with the license plate number displayed.
Do you believe this photo represents a true and accurate depiction of the events of the day?
Yes, I do.
Move to admit 151 and permission to publish, Your Honor.
Objection to relevancy.
Exhibit 151 is received. Permission to publish granted. The objections noted and overruled.
I recall this state saying they had 140 exhibits. How did we get this many?
Keep going, Attorney Upper.
Detective, please describe what you see in 151. I think you did describe it. Strike that. Please circle the license plate and read it for the jury.
Objection leading.
Overruled.
ADP 9256.
Thank you. It's still not up. Okay, I'm sorry. Gotta wait for the jury. Go ahead. Detective Casey, during your investigation, did you uncover any other videos linking Mr. Brooks to this same vehicle with this same license plate?
Objection. I don't consent to being called their name and misleading the witness.
Overruled as to both counts. You may answer.
Yes, we have.
Could you describe this video for us, please?
Objection leading.
Overruled.
There's a video that we obtained from social media that shows Mr. Brooks standing next to the SUV, and you can clearly see the license plate number on the vehicle. I believe the video was taken sometime prior to November 21st, 2021.
Okay, I'd like to display for the witness only Exhibit 175, please.
Go ahead.
Please identify 175.
This is
relevancy.
Overruled. You may answer.
This is a photo. There's two individuals in the photo. The individual on the left, I know to be the person referred to as Daryl Brooks. It displays a vehicle, a red Ford, and it has the license plate number, which is displayed in the photo.
What is the source of this photo?
Objection leading.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
We obtained it through social media.
Okay. I mean, this is a photo versus a video.
This is the photo taken from
Hold
a
on.
video.
I understand the objection. It's sustained. It's foundational. This particular question, the witness may answer. Go ahead.
This
Overruled or sustain?
Overruled.
You said sustain.
What did I say?
Yes, you did.
Sorry. I meant it's overruled. The witness may answer. Sorry. I'm taking notes. I was writing the word source, and I think that's why I did that. In any event, go ahead and answer. Sorry about that for any confusion I may have caused.
This is a screenshot taken from a video.
Move to admit 175 and permission to publish, Your Honor.
Objection to that. What's the relevancy? I don't see the alleged defendant in here.
Your objection is noted. It is overruled, and Exhibit 175 is received. Permission to publish is granted.
Where's, sorry.
The jury would also let me know when it's in the jury box monitors or on the jury box monitors. All right, go ahead.
Detective Casey, is person you know as Daryl Brooks in this photograph?
Objection. I don't consent to being called their name and leading the witness.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
Yes, he is.
Please circle or X or mark in some fashion. How do you know that's Daryl Brooks there? His back is to us.
Objection leading.
Overruled.
I've watched the video in its entirety, and I have seen his face in the video.
Cross.
In the two exhibits we just watched, 13 and 14, do you see anyone driving the vehicle?
No, I do not.
Do you know if anyone's in the vehicle at the time that you see it pull away?
I would assume, based on my training experience, that when the vehicle pulled away, that there was someone inside the vehicle, because in order to move a vehicle, you have to manipulate the controls, the shifter, the brake, the accelerator. So My assumption is that someone is inside the vehicle doing that.
That wasn't the question. Do you see anyone in the vehicle?
I object, Your Honor, that was the question, and he's already asked and answered. The question is, anyone can be seen.
The objections, I'm not sure what the objection was, but the answer may stand. You can ask your next question.
Let's go back to Exhibit 175. Can you pull that up for the witness?
Would the state please pull that up? Witness only or published?
Published.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead. Jurors, let me know when it's in the jury box as well. All right, go ahead. It's in the jury
You
box.
just testified that this was the alleged defendant. How do you know that? Can you see a face?
Which question are you asking? Those were two.
Can you see the face on the circled individual in that exhibit?
In this clip, I cannot see the face of the person that is circled.
So how do you know who it is?
I can tell who that is because I have watched this video in its entirety, and I can tell that it is you based on all of my contacts with you.
So why were there not any other exhibits that can give credibility to you positively identifying the individual in this video?
Objection, argumentative,
Grounds.
compound.
Sustained as to the form of the question.
Is it fair to say that this is the only exhibit photo from the video?
Can you clarify the only one that is shown today, or the only one that has ever been taken?
The only one
that
that's
ever
the only
exists?
one that's
Could you clarify,
being
please?
shown right here today. Is this the only one that is an exhibit being shown here today?
Yes, this is the only one that we've shown today.
And you can tell just from this exhibit exactly who that individual is.
I don't believe that was my testimony.
I'm asking the question.
From just looking at this, no, but I know from looking at the entire video that it's you.
We're talking about this exhibit that's being shown right now during your testimony right now at this moment. Strictly that.
Could you ask your question, please?
I'm going to object, asked and answered.
Sustained as to the form of the question as well.
Would it be fair to say that from this exhibit 175 that they're looking at right now that you cannot tell who the circle individual is? Would that be fair to say?
That would be fair to say.
Can you clear the circle?
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
And do you recall what date you viewed this video, as you call it?
I have viewed this video multiple times. I don't recall the specific dates that I've seen it.
Was it relatively early on in the investigation?
There have been multiple times that I've watched this video. Some of them early, some of them as late as yesterday.
Do you recall seeing this video the same night of the incident or in the days following?
I did not see it the night of, but it would be the days following that I have seen it.
And at that time, did you have knowledge of who that vehicle belonged to?
Yes, I did.
And did you have knowledge of the usage of that video? I mean, the usage of that vehicle?
I'm not sure that I understand the question.
Did you have knowledge of who may have been using the vehicle?
Objection vague as to time.
Sustained as to the form of the question, if you could limit or perhaps direct him to a specific time frame regarding the use of the vehicle.
At the time of the incident?
Yes. Can you repeat your question, please?
I'm gonna go another route on this.
Are you done with the exhibit, sir?
No, I'm not.
So you're withdrawing your question?
Yeah, I'm going another route.
All right, thank you.
You just testified to seeing the entire video that this steel frame exhibit came from, correct?
I testified that this came from the entire video, correct?
You said that you viewed the video in its entirety, correct?
The entirety, what we recovered from your social media account. I'm not sure if there is a longer version someplace, but...
Did you see the video in its entirety? The video that this exhibit came from?
Yes.
And are these the only two individuals that you observed in that video?
They are the only two that I recall seeing in the video.
Did you ever inquire about the identity of this individual?
No, I have not.
Can you clear that circle?
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Would it be fair to say that from looking strictly at the exhibit that we're viewing right now, that both individuals have the same hairstyle?
It would be fair to say.
Can we clear the X's and clear the exhibit?
Go ahead. Thank you.
Yes.
All right, do you know what point?
I'm about to it right now. Looking at this house right here, do you see an address posted anywhere on this house?
In the photo that you circled, no.
So it'd be fair to say that you don't know the address of this house?
That is incorrect.
You just said that you don't see an address posted anywhere in this house. So from the vehicle, I mean, strike that, not the vehicle. I'm still looking in the corner right here. From the video that we're viewing right now, do you see an address posted anywhere on this house?
I do not see an address posted in this photo.
So judging by this, well, actually it's a video, but judging by this video, how can you know the address of this house?
Because I've been at this house before to talk with your mother. I've seen the address on the front of the house.
Judging by this video.
Hold on, you have to let him finish because that was not the question you asked. You asked him how he knew. He can answer. Go ahead, Detective Casey.
I have been at this address before. I have spoken to your mother. I have been in the backyard of the residence. I've seen the address on the front of the house. I know this to be your mother's house. I recognize from this photo to be your mother's address at 4014 North 19th Street.
You recognize the house or the address? Because we don't see an address in this video.
I recognize this house to be that address from being there.
And had you already been there, as you say, and talked to people, as you say, before you viewed this video?
I believe that I saw the video first, and then I was at the address.
So at the time that you saw this video, you didn't know whose house that was?
That would be an incorrect statement.
You just said that you saw the video first before going to the house. Did you, or did you not say that? Would that be fair to say?
I guess I'm a little confused in your question. We received the video. We know from getting it from my mother that she said that that is where she lives. So I knew that this was where she lives when I watched the video. That was clarified for you.
I follow you, but that clarification wasn't stated before. So that's fair from the clarification of how you just clarified it. Can you clear the
Are you
circle,
done with
please?
this exhibit?
Yeah.
All right, we'll take it down. Thank you.
You made reference to a key being found. Did you yourself find that key?
No, I did not.
Were you at the scene where the key was found at the time it was found?
No, I was not.
So it'd be fair to say that you were told that a key was found.
Yes, I was told that a key was found.
So how did Milwaukee County, which is a different county, come into your investigation in Waukesha County?
You may answer. With the understanding there are some limited pretrial rulings that still are in play. Go ahead.
During the normal...
I'm sorry for interrupting. I started off by saying in regards to Exhibit 88 and 89. That's how I started the question, just for the record.
I know. I'm reminding the witness of the pretrial rulings.
Okay.
During the normal course of an investigation, we do background on a person to see if they have any open cases or any information that would be helpful. There is a computer system that displays what cases or charges are open for a person, and it is relevant because if you are charged in one county and you violate conditions of bail, you can also be charged in another county for those violations.
And in reference to having charges in one county and potentially being charged in another county, in reference to that, wouldn't you essentially have to violate the conditions in one county and strictly be charged in that county?
That is an inaccurate statement.
You being in law enforcement for a very long time, it would be fair to say that you're familiar with the term double jeopardy, right?
I have heard the term before.
And what is your understanding of what that term means?
Objection, irrelevant, beyond the
Grounds.
scope of the witness's knowledge, legal conclusion.
Sustained for all those reasons.
So when did you become the lead investigator in this matter?
That was about 8:30 p.m. on November 21st, 2021.
Why did you need to talk to Ms. Woods multiple times?
Because every time we spoke to her, we got different information, and at that time we were following up with your niece and nephew of what their testimony would be in this case.
What testimony are you referring to? Because I I don't recall any nieces or nephews testifying.
I don't think I'm allowed to say it.
I think this line of questioning is irrelevant, Your Honor.
I'll sustain the objection, and at an appropriate break, I can address it further if need be. Please move on to a new topic, sir.
You made reference to people who were injured at the parade inadvertently. You recall that?
Yes, I do.
To your knowledge, were any of those charged?
My testimony before is that those people's cases were not charged.
And were they seen as victims?
Going to object to the form of that question. I think it calls for a legal conclusion, Your Honor.
It does not. I asked to his knowledge.
I'll sustain the objection as to the form of the question, if you could please rephrase.
I'm gonna go a different route. Do you recall serving a warrant to the Waukesha County Jail on July 1st of 2022?
Yes, I do.
Do you recall what that was for?
Yes, I do.
And what was that for? Can you state for the record and for the jury?
It was for Mr. Brooks's jail cell.
And it would be fair to say that you've worked extremely close with the district attorney's office during the entirety of this matter. Would that be fair to say?
The district attorney's office has been involved in this investigation since the night of, so we have worked closely.
So would it be fair to say extremely close, seeing as how you've been present for the whole trial pretty much?
Can you define extremely for me?
I would like you to define it. Extremely.
I'll answer yes if that helps.
To your knowledge, do you know if it's typical for a lead investigator to sit right behind the prosecution table at a trial?
Yes, it's very typical. It happens in most larger cases, especially a case of this magnitude. There would be a court officer. So yes, that's a very typical thing that happens.
Have you ever done this before?
I've done this multiple times before.
And are you the only detective in the investigation that has that honor?
Objection vague.
Grounds.
Sustained as to the form of the question.
Are you the only detective directly involved in an investigation that sits with the prosecution?
Talking about this case or any case?
This particular case.
I'm sorry, you interrupted me. Could you repeat that, please?
I believe you said this case.
I'm referring to this case, yes.
Could you re-ask the question, please?
Are you the only detective actively involved in this investigation that sits with the prosecution in reference to this case?
Yes, I'm the only person, the only detective that's sitting with the prosecution during this trial.
So would you explain who the other officer is in the blue suit over there?
Objection to the relevance, Your Honor.
Grounds.
Sustained.
I just want to know his role.
Sustained. Next
Reason
question,
for the
please.
sustain.
Not relevant.
He's been in the courtroom the whole trial. How is it not relevant?
Mr. Brooks, next question, please.
Nobody knows who he is. That should be known. Nobody said
It's
that.
not
on that back
relevant
tape.
to
I
the
don't even
issues
have a
that
back
the
tape.
jury needs to determine. Next question, sir.
Is it asking or telling? I'm assuming that's asking. You know what the other one would entail.
Do you have a question, sir?
Yeah, I do. I would like to get to it. Thank you.
Please do so. Thank you.
I will. So seeing as how you sat with the prosecution for the entirety of this matter, it would be fair to assume that you know who the plaintiff is in this matter.
Yes, I do.
And who would the plaintiff be in this matter?
The state of Wisconsin.
Is that an entity or a living human being?
It's an entity.
How can an entity file a claim?
Objection.
Grounds.
Legal conclusion.
Grounds.
Sustained.
You are aware that only a living, breathing human being can actually file a claim. An entity cannot walk into anywhere and file a claim if it's not even a real person.
Objection.
You
Move
are
to
aware of
strike.
that, right?
Go ahead, Attorney Apper.
Move to strike the statements by Mr. Brooks. Also object to the question that was asked at the end as irrelevant, argumentative, and calling for a legal conclusion.
Objection is not calling
The-
for a legal conclusion in any
The
way.
court sustains the objection. The request to strike the statements made by Mr. Brooks are granted, or the request is granted. The jury will disregard the statement and the question asked for all of the reasons indicated by the stated. Also is a misstatement of the law.
No, I definitely object to that, Your Honor.
Your objection is noted. I'm going to have the jury stand for a second. They've been sitting for quite some time, and then you can formulate your next question.
I'll take exception to that ruling. And would like a legal finding of fact.
Your objection is noted. It's overruled.
And that's a judicial determination.
I thank you. Be seated. Go ahead, Mr. Brooks. Please continue with your questioning.
Have you ever had any interactions with this entity, state of Wisconsin?
Mr. Brooks, under 906.11, I'm not going to allow the witness to answer. It's vague.
There was no objection.
Under 906.11, I shall exercise reasonable control over the mode and order of interrogating witnesses. Please, next topic. These questions we addressed during the initial cross-examination of this witness.
They're going to keep coming up.
And I determined at that time that they weren't relevant. So next topic,
They're going to
please.
keep coming up.
Under 906.11, sir, please move on to a new topic.
They're going to keep coming up.
For the cross-examination, I will end.
Do you see the state of Wisconsin present in the courtroom today?
Objection. Argumentative.
Grounds.
Irrelevant.
Sustained. Final warning, sir. Next topic or the cross-examination, I will bring it to an end.
You don't got to keep doing that, Your Honor. You don't got to keep doing that.
It's my responsibility, sir, over this trial.
I'm informed. And
Thank you.
And I
Next
respect
topic.
that. But it's relevant for the jury to know the truth. They deserve to know the truth.
Move to strike, Your Honor.
Granted, the jury will disregard
Gra-
those last statements. They're
Objection
not
to that.
relevant. Mr. Brooks is not testifying. They misstate the law.
I object to that. That's not lawful law. It's
Noted.
not truthful.
All right, under 90611, I am now stopping the cross-examination. Any redirect by the state?
Objection to that. And I would like
Noted.
a legal finding of fact.
Attorney Opper, any redirect?
Yes, just very briefly, Your Honor, I would like to display for the witness only Exhibit 178.
Objection.
I haven't seen the exhibit yet, so I'll take that under
I'm
advisement.
objecting still because the
You may show it to the witness.
there needs to be an answer to why the jury's not being told information that they deserve to know.
Go ahead, Attorney Opper.
Your Honor, for the record, this is a video. I'm going to play about the first 5 or 10 seconds for the witness to identify it before moving on, please.
And this seems objection because this seems like a whole new exhibit. This was never mentioned before. It was never.
I haven't seen it. I can't rule on it, sir. So let me see it, and I'll
when
take
did
your
it become an
objection under.
exhibit?
I'll
It
take the
was never an
objection under
exhibit before.
advisement. Go ahead.
I haven't seen this in any of the exhibits that I have. So how could it just be created now and be made an exhibit?
Go ahead, Attorney
I have
Opper.
all the exhibits.
Go ahead, Attorney Opper. I haven't seen it yet. There's nothing on my screen that I can see. I see it's now playing.
So now we just creating exhibits now. I have all the exhibits, and this was never in it. Oh man.
All right, you can stop. Sir, do you recognize what's contained in State's Exhibit 178?
Objection.
Overruled.
Relevancy.
Overruled.
Leading.
Go ahead and answer.
Yes, I do.
What is it?
Objection. Leading.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
I'm still going to object. How is this?
Mr. Brooks, I ask that you honor
I have all
the ruling that
I
I've
have
been
all the
made.
exhibits, though, Your Honor. I have
Mr.
them all.
Brooks.
They were provided to me, and this was never in the exhibit. So how could it just be made an exhibit?
I'll take
just
this
out
up
of the blue?
outside the presence of the jury, but I'm going to allow it.
Can that be stated for the record? Can that be explained?
No, the jury will disregard the statements made by Mr. Brooks. They're not evidence, and the state may continue.
So this exhibit shouldn't be evidence then, because it
Mr.
didn't
Brooks, the
exist before
objection's
today.
noted. It's overruled. Go ahead.
There was a still photo shown before of Mr. Brooks standing in
mine,
front of the Ford Escape. This is the video in which that still photo was taken from.
Objection. How does he know that?
Overruled. The witness may answer. I'll give you the opportunity to question him about it when the state's done asking the questions. Go ahead.
Where'd you get this video from, sir?
Objection. Leading.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
From Mr. Brooks' social media account.
Okay. Your Honor, move to admit 178 and permission to publish.
Objection to the relevancy.
I'll find that it's relevant. I'll receive Exhibit 168. Permission to publish is granted. For the record,
It's 178, Your Honor.
no, could you please tell me the length of the video?
The length is 2 minutes, 33 seconds. We're going to play it in its entirety, but without volume, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
And
I object to that, and I would like to make an offer of proof for my appeal.
We'll do that outside the presence of the jury, but I will allow the state to play it in its entirety without audio.
Your Honor, I have all the exhibits. They were provided.
Mr. Brooks, I'll take that up along with the other two issues I still need to address.
But how can you play something that I didn't
Mr.
even
Brooks,
have?
I'll take that up outside the presence of the jury.
This
Your
is
objections are
mind-boggling.
noted.
This is
It's
mind-boggling.
overruled.
Mind-boggling.
actually, Your Honor, I changed my mind. I would like to play the audio, please.
This is mind-boggling.
I want to have it played first without, and then I'll make a ruling and I'll take that up.
Okay, I understand.
Thank you.
So we will play the entire video, Your Honor, 2 minutes, 33 seconds.
I object to that. Why does the whole video need to be played? Is this setting the foundation?
It's relevant. You questioned the officer about it. You
I
questioned this
question him
detective
about
about his knowledge.
the still frame from the video. The video wasn't even in the exhibits that I received. actually didn't even receive them.
Mr.
They were
Brooks, please
obtained.
stop. The jury will disregard his statements. He's not testifying. The video's playing.
So play the sound. I want to hear it now.
I'll address that later.
We address why it was created out of the Bluetooth.
Go ahead, attorney, after the video is finished playing.
Thank you. Sir, did you see during the playing of that video the image that was captured as a screenshot and presented to you in your direct testimony as states exhibit number 175?
Objection leading.
Overruled, foundational. The witness may answer.
Yes, I did.
A lot of.
You were questioned on cross-examination as to your ability to identify Mr. Brooks in Exhibit 175, correct?
Objection. That question was asked initially by Attorney Hopper.
Overruled. The
Yeah.
witness may answer. Sorry.
Yes, I was.
As you just watched the entire video again now in court, as states Exhibit 178, did you clearly see Mr. Brooks in that video, sir?
Objection leading.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
I believe there's no doubt that that's Mr. Brooks in the video and later standing next to the Ford Escape.
Thank you. I don't have any other questions, Your Honor.
As to this particular piece of evidence only, Mr. Brooks, you may ask questions of Detective Casey.
Objection. I don't consent to being called that name. And yeah,
Noted. Do you have any questions for the witness?
This when did this video? When was this made a exhibit? Because I don't have it.
Objection. That's not a question for the witness, Your Honor.
That was a question. A question.
Sustained.
When was this
As to the
video
form
made
of
an
a
exhibit?
question.
When was this video made an exhibit? That is a question.
I object to the question directed at the witness, Your Honor. It's beyond the scope of his knowledge.
Sustained.
Well, he said he saw it.
But that's not the question asked. So you can rephrase your question if you want to.
When did you see this exhibit? When did you see it?
With the understanding that you're asking when did he see the video, I will
When
allow
did you
the question
see this
to be
exhibit?
asked. With that understanding, you may answer, Detective Casey.
Am I answering when I saw the video for the first time?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor. Why is something always funny at that table? It would be the same thing. I take that as disrespect because they were allowed to say something, and I said under my breath that was disrespect.
I
they
would
just
direct
did the
both
same
parties
thing.
to avoid commentary.
Okay, well, can
and
you do that,
gestures
please,
and
and
faces.
admonish them?
Yes,
Because
I
I'm
will.
always the one getting
Absolutely.
admonished.
Everyone-
I take that as disrespect too.
Sir, I'm good. Can I do my job? State's directed to avoid laughing, commentary. I didn't see it, so I can't further comment. I was looking at
All these
the
cameras
witness.
in here, don't nobody dare see
However,
nothing.
I'm advising both parties to show
Come on, man,
decorum
this is not fair.
and restraint, to be
I'm with-
respectful of this jury's time and attention, and to let them do their job by focusing on the testimony and exhibits and evidence that's presented. Go ahead, Detective Casey. You can answer the question about when you have seen this video prior to today.
I saw the video within a few days of Mr. Brooks being arrested. I've reviewed it since then a few times. I reviewed it yesterday and again this morning, and now in court again.
You said you reviewed it yesterday and this morning. If you had seen this video numerous times before yesterday and today, why did you feel the need to view it yesterday and today?
Objection, argumentative.
Grounds.
Sustained as to the form of the question.
Why did you need to review it this morning?
Objection, argumentative.
Overruled, the witness may answer.
Because I wanted to be 100% sure of the content, and if there's any questions that were asked of it, I wanted to make sure that I would be able to answer them appropriately.
And why was this, to your knowledge, why was this video never brought up in your earlier testimony?
Objection, that's a
Grounds.
misstatement, Your Honor.
Sustained as to the form of the question assumes facts not in evidence.
If you have seen it numerous times before today, why did you need to see it again to make sure if any questions were asked, or however you refer to it? What would be the need to view again this morning something that you had viewed numerous times before?
I'll see what my
Objection, compound, asked and answered, misstatement of the facts, argumentative.
Sustained.
Did you view the video this morning because you knew that the video would be made an exhibit this morning?
Objection, assumes facts not in evidence.
Sustained as to the form of the question.
This is mind-boggling. This is mind-boggling. Can you clarify again why you viewed the video this morning?
Objection, asked and answered.
Sustained.
So you're going to sustain everything?
It was already answered, sir. Next question, please.
And I'm asking for clarification.
Next question, please.
I don't got no more questions, man.
All right. Thank you.
This is mind-boggling.
Detective, you may step down. I'll excuse the jury.
What you people was trying to do is not fair. Hide things from the jury repeatedly. You don't tell them all the information
Mr.
they
Brooks,
need
I'm
to
going
know.
to take up all of your objections outside the presence of the jury. I'd ask that you honor my decision to do that and you show courtesy and decorum.
Because you asked.
Mr. Brooks, please.
Because you asked. That's the only reason. Because you asked. I see what you people are trying to do. It's not right. It's not fair and it's not right.